And so those outstanding matters emanating from the meeting of the 21st of April that we have during oversight, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Nelly? Nelly, so
Chair,
meanwhile. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, CEO. Colleagues, on our side, the chairperson is also experiencing challenges. We will then also hand over to the deputy chair to then introduce the matters. Deputy Chair, over to you.
Good morning, honorable members. Good morning, Chairperson. I just got in. Apologies, I also have some technical difficulties, but I am logged in. I just heard Deputy Chairperson, over to you. Apologies, honorable member, if you can just clarify to me.
Deputy Chair, what is happening is that the chairperson is experiencing network challenges. We were expecting for her to introduce the report. She is struggling with her network. She has requested through the CEO that you introduce the matter whilst she still tries to get her network coverage properly so that she can be able to take over. I can also note, colleagues, that many members are dropping from the platform as well and logging back on due to network coverage. The chairperson as well of the portfolio committee is experiencing challenges with network. Most members have also reported the same. But I can see that the deputy chair has also now dropped from the platform as well as the chairperson of CGE. I don't know how to proceed on this matter, but I'll hand over to you, chairperson, Daba, because I can see that you are back on the platform.
You know, this is one of the reasons I wanted this meeting to be physical. Now we are struggling. You know, I have a network problem. I'm not even sure how are we going to finish this meeting when we have so many challenges in the network. And I've seen now the chair of CGE is out and the deputy chair is out. I don't know whether in Gauteng you are experiencing the same problem that I'm experiencing here in Cape Town. So who is going to make a presentation?
Chair, I'm not sure myself because the chairperson was struggling and she handed over to the deputy chair who has also left the platform.
Where is the CEO?
The CEO is present, chairperson, but I'm not sure whether she's in a position to present the report or not. But we can hear from the CEO because she is on the platform.
CEO.
Thanks, Honorable Chair, and good morning again. With regard to the first item in the agenda, I would not be in a position to present as I wasn't part of the meeting, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Who are other commissioners who are here?
Good morning, Chair. Commissioner Mazibuko is here.
Okay.
But I would like to make a suggestion, Chair.
Okay.
I think I suggest that let's start with the APP, and then as we going on, maybe people will get their network backs. Otherwise, I would say maybe we postpone, but this is a very important meeting that we go ahead with the 2 items. I don't know, but I think let's get the CEO to present, then we will find that even if they have to move from where they are to a better spot. Thank you.
Well, where is your chairperson? Is she in the office?
Chairperson, I wouldn't know. I'm from home because we all have challenges. The other day we were at the office and we couldn't collect because
Yes,
Braamfontein.
Chairperson is back.
Okay.
The other suggestion, with your permission, Portfolio Committee Chair, is that maybe those that are having problems with network and the laptops, what I usually do when there's load shedding, the CGE cell phones, the official cell phones, they are very effective even during blackouts, so they don't have a network problem and they have their data installed in the phone. You don't rely on the router. So I've held a number of meetings using it and I didn't have any challenge. Maybe if we can use that as an option for today, maybe the chairperson of the CGE can log in using the CGE phone. It will be flawless. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Commissioner Klobatla. Chairperson Tamara. Masio, can you hear me?
Yes, Chair, I can clearly hear you.
I was wondering, why is the chairperson of CGE not hearing me?
She is hearing you, Chair. She's indicated here that I can hear the Honorable Chairperson, but I think in terms of her network, she's not audible. I can see that her mic is also on, but the sound is not coming through from her end.
So why can't she tell? Can Nelisa call her and tell her to use, or Klobatla, may you please call her and tell her to use the other gadget? Commissioner Ntuli,
Yes, Chairperson.
did you hear me?
I lost you a bit. I just heard when you said Tamara, but the other part I didn't. And also the
I
one
was
of
saying, may
calling.
you please call her and tell her to use the CGE phone.
I will definitely use that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee.
Hello.
Yes, I've just called her. She indicated that she's logging on using her cell phone, the CGE4. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Tlobata. Let's get the CEO to make a presentation on the APP.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I will just project. May I check if the presentation is projecting, Madam Chair?
Econ.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Perhaps through you, with your permission, in the request that we received for these presentations, there were a few questions that were asked, which are in the strategy. The information is in the strategy and the APP, but I thought I should respond to them first. It's very brief, so that when I present the APP, we have this context as requested by the Portfolio Committee. The questions were in relation to the revised strategic plan in terms of what our strategic focus is for this particular APP and strategy. So, honorable members, I just wanted to briefly say, as I present, you will notice that we have shifted our strategic focus, having previously presented that we have identified limitations in our establishing act. So one of the projects for this year, for this new year, is to initiate the revisions of the act. And also, as discussed with the Portfolio Committee previously, one of our projects is to introduce a new bill, and also with other core outcomes in our strategy. We have shifted from the way we had articulated them before. For instance, the Act says we must promote public understanding of the CGE and its mandate and gender equality. So we have shifted towards refocusing our outcomes in that way. And we have also shifted our strategic focus by introducing a research agenda that will be articulated internally by our principals before we venture into research projects. In terms of our internal efficiencies, we have refocused our strategic outcome for where we are now going to operationalize our business model. And this outcome, we have restated it as the renewal of the CGE. In terms of how we factored government's priorities and other transformation instruments, through strategic outcome 1 and strategic outcome 3, the focus mainly here is monitoring through research and investigating through our legal department the performance of our public entities and private entities in terms of operationalizing government priorities. Specifically in output 4 of strategic outcome 3, we focus on our work in monitoring the country's compliance with regional and international instruments. And this will be broken down as I present the APP. In terms of the link between our strategy and our APP, the APP actually mirrors the strategy, where we're breaking down the 5-year strategic outcomes into annual and quarterly measures. And the current APP also include impact assessments at the end of the 5-year strategic period, because as we talk, for instance, in public education, that we want to promote public understanding, we need to be able at the end of a reasonable period of the 5-year strategic period to measure whether that has happened. Have we promoted public understanding? Are people empowered to be able to stand up for their rights in terms of gender equality? In terms of the role of commissioners in giving effect to the strategic priorities of our APP, we wanted to indicate that the commissioners are actually central to the whole APP, because the APP operationalize the strategic directions that they provided when we conducted strategic planning with the commissioners. And they also play a role which, through activities that they conduct across all the strategic outcomes in the APP, including overseeing the implementation of our improvements in terms of internal controls as articulated in strategic outcome 4, where we report quarterly to our internal oversight committees. So basically, I wanted to just give that a brief background before I get to the actual presentation. I will now go to the presentation, honorable members and honorable chair. The outline of the presentation is the usual preliminary information in terms of indicating our mandate, our powers, our functions as articulated in our current act, and also our strategic focus, our outcomes, and the purpose of our outcomes, because we try to try to derive meaning from these outcomes, not just tick the box as we conduct our activities. And in terms of the Treasury guidelines, Part C is where we begin to measure our performance through the templates that they provide for us. So we have the performance.
Sorry, Chair. I'm so sorry, CEO. Chairperson, if the CEO can just press the slideshow icon on the top. Then
Yes.
it will be easier to follow. Thank you, CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Sharif. Sorry for that. I thought I did. So, sorry, yeah. So, yes, I was just indicating the structure of the presentation, which is summarized from the whole APP. And the last item is the resource consideration, which in this presentation is just a summary showing the allocations per outcome, but it will be broken down when our acting CFO presents the budget. In terms of who we are, this just suffice, I suppose, to just indicate that it's a summary of our establishment in terms of the Constitution and the Act, including our functions, our powers, as we usually articulate them through our outcomes in the APP. In terms of our strategic focus, the vision remained the same. When our strategic planning was facilitated, the experts in the strategic planning in public entities felt that our vision is apt. There's no need to change it. Also, our mission was okay, but they advised that, and we were in agreement through robust debates, perhaps I should say discussions, that our values were not really the way we had articulated them. We felt that, as we were advised, they were not really values, but certain ethical principles. But what we can regard as values are things of independence, because those are sort of values that we need to actually practice, educate the public and our stakeholders on, and basically inculcate that understanding amongst ourselves as a nation that is in partnership in terms of transforming gender equality issues in the country. The issues of confidentiality, we also felt that it is a value because it's something that must be enforced, it's something that must be practiced, and it doesn't come confidential, automatically. Also, ethical behavior. We didn't have to break it in terms of what is ethical behavior, almost the way we had done in the previous strategy. And we have outlined this in the report that indicate the changes made to the strategy. And non-discrimination, again, is something that was considered a value, as well as accountability. What was added as a new element of the strategy in our APP, we were advised that as an entity, we need to have a brand promise. So when people think of the Commission for Gender Equality, what is it? And this is one of those things that we need to incorporate in our public education activities, so that we actually not only promote the word that we are safeguarding gender equality, but we also practice that. So that is basically our strategic focus, and where we want to try and put effort in terms of making these words live, instead of just being words in our documents. Our strategic outcomes did not change in terms of their essence. But what we discussed and agreed is we need to reword them so that they actually say what we are committing to doing. For instance, if we look at the enabling legislative environment, that one did not change. When we come to the second one, which is the gender equality promoted through information and education to foster public understanding, this is where we were redirected to our establishing act, that the mandate actually says you must foster public understanding. So this is how now we have redirected our strategic focus. And then monitoring research investigation issues that undermine the attainment of gender equality. Again, we reworded this to reflect how it is, the purpose of the outcome in the act. So we need to address issues that undermine the attainment of gender equality. So that was the rewording that was amended. We also amended our internal efficiency outcome, as indicated earlier, that we're talking about a renewed and effective organization that is sustainable. and we are planning projects around this that will emanate in result in the operationalization of our business model. So those are we still have the 4 outcomes, and in terms of their purpose, we explain that we need to evaluate legislation, policies, practices, and mechanism within public and private institutions, and make recommendations to advance gender transformation. So in a sense, other than adding the value of trying and make our act more empowering, as we have said, it has limitation. We have identified limitations. So we're still doing evaluating legislations and other mechanisms, but we want to empower ourselves to be able to do more than just making recommendations that sometimes we don't have, we usually call it the teeth to enforce, because certain clauses in the Act don't take us all the way to that. So we will try and improve on that in terms of making the work of the Commission more impactful than improving from where we are now. Also, the second outcome, we want to conduct advocacy initiatives and public education interventions in the promotion of public understanding, and those are the shifts, and also the promoting of access to gender justice. Honorable members will remember that previously we were talking about legal clinics and so forth, but we have learned through experience as we were implementing our plans what direction we need to get. Access to gender justice is the core of what the CGE needs to promote. In terms of monitoring research investigations, the purpose of this is to identify and monitor key issues that impact on gender equality, evaluate contributions by role players to gender equality, and make recommendations to promote and attain gender equality. And here this is where perhaps in the future, as we amend our act, as we introduce the new bill and so forth, this is actually where we see a lot of empowering of the CGE happening. Actually, I can say to all the 3 core outcomes, but also here in terms of our monitoring function, because this is mainly, especially in the 3 outcomes, it's mainly about us as South African duty bearers actually implementing our national commitments in as far as gender equality is concerned. The last outcome, we want to try and build and sustain an efficient and effective organizational system, operations and governance processes for the optimal performance of the institution in executing its mandate. As things stand, we have identified our challenges, and we are committing to try and put effort in trying to reverse things that get in the way of our work and our impact in terms insofar as our mandate is concerned. I'm getting now, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, into the detailed APP. The first outcome has about 6 outputs and output indicators. The first output remains the one that we already had, because this is an area that we can't avoid. As legislation bills are introduced in the system, we need to be able to look at them and see how gender sensitive they are, or how they respond to the gender equality issues that we are promoting, not only as an institution of the Commission, but as a nation, because we have different gender machineries playing a part in this regard. But we obviously continue to monitor. Our second outcome, which was not very obvious in our previous APP, is the issue of systemic investigations. We did these investigations. We reported on them in Parliament and other platforms, but they were not indicated as outputs in our APP. They were hidden somewhere in our APP. But we felt that we do a lot of work here. And this past year, we also realized, because we were called a lot by different committees to come and report to Parliament, including our own committee, the Committee for on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. So we felt that we need to put this out so that we do this intentionally, knowing, because as we are called to present, some portfolio committees also call the departments to come and account, and we are able to understand each other, where we are missing the targets, where we are not perhaps seeing things the same way, and try and consolidate our efforts. So we have brought this out more vividly in this APP. In terms of our court monitoring, we have remained with the same target as a manageable target. And in our reports, when we report for Q4, the portfolio committee will notice that we had changed strategies, because as we put this target for the first time in the previous APP, for lack of a better word, I would say it was pretty much almost, although the work was happening, but as far as the APP was concerned, it was almost like piloting, and now we know what is possible and what is not possible. Hence, we stuck to the same target in terms of court monitoring. Similarly, with the SAPs, we have learned lessons in terms of what is doable and not what is not doable, in as far as our capacity as well is concerned. And we have decided that 144 is what is practical for us. And I think perhaps with our enthusiasm, we pretty much over targeted this activity in the previous year. But learning from experience, this is how we have revised it. The review of the Act, as we have indicated, we also have annual targets that are informed by the processes that we through the work of the legal and PLU, we were advised how the process of revising acts to get them to a bill out for public comments and so forth. So for the year, these will be multi-year projects following the normal processes that we take in this kind of work. So that is the last part, is where we want to introduce a bill. And at this stage, when we talk, we were pretty much saying a gender mainstreaming bill, but we know that through discussions and internal and external consultations with relevant bodies, we will be able to articulate what exactly goes into this bill. What do we want the law to say in as far as promoting gender equality is concerned across different sectors and across different priorities that we have set as a country? Because I think in one of our previous discussions, we had indicated that there are certain elements of gender equality that are not taken as mandatory. It's almost like an option. In terms of our outcome 2, promoting gender equality, public understanding, we revised our articulation of our outputs and output indicators, because we have been doing the work of trying to mainstream gender through municipal IDPs. And across the years, we have learned different lessons as well. But now, and we have been doing this also trying to mainstream SDGs to at a local level. But now we're talking about, localizing this. We try, and these are words that are reminding us what we are trying to do when we say we are mainstreaming gender in local municipalities. So it's still gender mainstreaming, but with a specific purpose to localize the SDGs in IDPs. Public outreach, again, it's pretty much did not change, but as we are talking about public understanding, public reach, now we focused on people. Previously, we were talking about a number of legal clinics, but we want to now start, as we decided in the strategic planning, that when we talk about the public, we need to start looking at people. So as we do these initiatives, we need to be able to go back after at least the 5-year period and do an assessment and see if there is better understanding, have our efforts really yielded anything that we can point at. But annually, of course, we will also have reports that describe the outcomes that we are observing during the year, which will contribute actually to the final impact assessments at the end of the strategic period. In terms of community radios, again, it moved from the number of community radios, and then it also focused on people reached, so that we can be able to go back to those same people that were reached through the methodologies of how community radios measure the outcomes or the impact of their reach. And as part of that, that's how we're also going to measure our performance. The numbers, honorable members, I need to perhaps indicate that they looked scary in the beginning, as we were talking about this, saying, how is this possible to reach 500, over 500,000 people per annum? But it was explained to us by those who work in this industry, how they calculate reach. And through our media monitoring reports previous, this estimation was made that per annum, we can be able to reach this number. The fourth output now, because these are what we call contact sessions, and estimated again from our experience and what we can handle with the capacity we have, we also calculated from the number of people that are reached through gender and development workshops, that per workshop, the total, at least per annum, we can reach 720 people that we can be able to go back to measure our impact at that stage. The information and communication initiative also speaks to the number of people that will be reached, and this is broken down in the quarterlies in terms of the platforms, the information and communication platforms that will be used to achieve this target. And again, the number of 48 million people was one of those where some of us who are not in this industry were questioning. But again, it was explained to us that with all the platforms that we are using, our report will be able to indicate which platforms were used, how many people were reached, and what were the issues discussed, all the details that we want to indicate here will be outlined in those reports. And I should perhaps say that at this stage, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, we as the Commission, we were deliberate in putting these targets and discussing how we're going to achieve them, how realistic they are. And at this stage, we felt that this was manageable. If we address our internal efficiencies and sustain that, we can be able to achieve these targets. In terms of our monitoring through research, we, as I indicated, we instead of from the beginning just naming projects without conceptualization, we decided that this year we're going to conceptualize and define our research agenda. And we put this in percentages because the research agenda should be able to give us a number of activities or research projects that are informed by a particular situation that, as the Commission, looking at the nation and trends in the world, what are our priorities? So this will be outlined. And for example, we usually say, if our research agenda, because now it covers the remaining years of the term, if our research agenda identifies 20 projects, for instance, and then we will say this year we will do 10 projects. Therefore, for the year, it will the 10 will be 100%. If we do less than 10, perhaps we will achieve 90% of those defined activities. So this our research agenda, which has already been drafted, it's still been consulted on internally, and eventually it will be made, it will identify their projects that this area will focus on for this year. Also, the issue of following up on research recommendation from the previous years. This is what, these are some of the projects that have been standing items, so to speak, in our APP. But we also tried to refocus this, that we need to look, and we're also working on those processes of looking at our recommendations, compile them in one document, and begin to monitor their implementation of the recommendations that we have made. And again, some of this will be articulated better in the research agenda once, especially this quarter. We're not reporting plans. Our plans are behind closed doors, where we are now saying, what are these recommendations and which are behind? What are we going to follow up? How do we take this forward through other stakeholders who are working with us in this area? We also want to go back to the issue of policy dialogues, which were in our previous APP, but not necessarily operationalized as it would have been envisaged. And we want to go back to that because this is the area that will also help us to use our research to inform policy or legislation through the policy dialogues and so forth. Apparently, this work used to be strong in the CGE. I was made to understand, and we need to revive that and work on it deliberately and intentionally. Hence, we put it in the APP as a separate output. Reporting on the monitoring on the country's compliance or CGE's influence on compliance with regional and international instruments. And this output, we articulated it in this way because our work in this area, on one hand, we do produce reports that indicate the performance of our duty bearers in the country in terms of compliance to the commitments that we have made regionally and internationally. But sometimes as we do with the SDG symposium, we become partners with other organizations where we actually make input and advise in some of these areas that need to be implemented in as far as these regional instruments are concerned. And I'm using the SDG because it was one of the projects that were I had witnessed compliance, stakeholder engagement happening when I joined the CGE. And I should have done this in the beginning, Honorable Chair and members, to explain the dashes where we don't have a baseline. And this is because during the audited performance, the way some of our outputs have been articulated, we have never measured them in that way. So if some, we could put a baseline because we could explain, for instance, that we used to have, for instance, in 2020-21, we produced a report on the country's compliance with the Maputo Protocol. But as we know, reporting on these instruments is periodical. Some are documented in different documents, what we are reporting on which year. And so hence we have skipped a year, but this is where amendments happen. For instance, if in 2023-24, we find out, or it happens that something needs to happen, then for that APP, we may amend and put a target that we know is what will happen. But we know it happens sometimes every other year, some each year, some we engage stakeholders, some we monitor compliance. So that is how we have conceptualized that outcome. The last outcome, Honorable Chair and honorable members and my commissioners and colleagues, is the renewal of the CGE, which for us is a tool for operationalizing our business model. And here we talked about an output of organizational effectiveness systems implemented. And we're talking percentages here because eventually we need to say what it is that is not working, that we want to improve and make it effective and sustain it. So again, as we go and develop our activities, our activity plans, this is where, like I have explained with the research agenda, this is where now we outline the internal controls that are not working or that are not working as desired. So we define the whole thing and say, if we have 10 things that we need to fix this year, how many of those can we fix? And realistically, when we look at the situation right now, we thought this is not, unlike the research agenda, this is not something that you can say, I will do 100%, because there are a lot of factors that affect success in terms of implementing these outputs. For example, if you look at, we have always had problems with our ICT universe within the CGE. So that kind of project, you outline what you want to improve, but you do take cognizance that some of these things are beyond our control in terms of the available skills and capacity. Some of these we may need external expertise and so forth. So hence, we started at 75% and say, let's improve as we go. But as we outline where we see we are failing, we will be able to gauge, not gauge, but determine what we can do in this year. And we think 75% of that would be a reasonable target to commit ourselves to. As I was talking about, this outcome being about operationalizing our business model. So we eventually, the idea is that at the end of doing, when all is said and done around this outcome, this output, we should have a costed business plan that says, this is who we are as the CGE, this is what we do, this is what it costs, this is the structure that can support what we are doing for us to at least improve our effectiveness in implementing our mandate. So as we outline these processes, they need to have a price so that when we have a costed business plan that we can go to Treasury with, we are motivating for resources that are evidence-based. We show why it is. For instance, when we were reporting to the audit committee yesterday, I think they were saying you need an information officer, you need a risk officer, you need this, you need this. You can't have one person doing everything. That's why you are not being effective. So these are some of the things that we need to outline, go to Treasury. The plan is to go with 3 structures. And we usually say a poor structure that improves a little bit from where we are, a middle structure that gets a little ambitious, and a rich structure that says, if you really want the CGE to be effective in its national mandate, this is the ideal position. But we hope to get something improved based on the need that we will present as we work on this business business plan. The implementation of the business model, again, we put it in percentages because when you look at it, as we say, we are operationalizing the business model. The more we succeed there, the more we'll be able to say, so this is how far we have gone with operationalizing our business model. And again, we aligned it to 75% because again, here you have the kind of expertise that are not necessarily in the CGE at this stage. So that's what basically this output is all about. When we talk about the implementation of the legal and research tracking tools, this is again, we had started this has been happening in the CGE, but what we want to try and do is to have a uniform understanding across the institution. As I indicated earlier, we are working on improving our reporting in terms of these tracking tools because they are very essential. We need to be able to see where we come from, where we're going, where are the blockages, why are there blockages. It's an area that we just have to inculcate a uniform understanding in the institution so that we can be able to all sing the same tune, if one can put it in that way. The expenditure improvement plan, we do know that as the CGE, while we talk about being underfunded, we have been returning a surplus to the Treasury for various reasons. And these are some of the weaknesses that we want to try and improve. And again, through the finance department, we want to try to work on how we really improve on this, and we are trying to go to 85%. But the ideal, obviously, sorry, I mean 100%, because you can't plan to fail. You plan to succeed completely, and if things don't go as planned, maybe we will be achieve 95%, 90%, whatever the situation would be. But we want to improve from the audited years, as we have seen here, as the average expenditure have been 85% across the years, and we've been retaining surplus. But we want to try and deliberately operationalize, especially this particular outcome. And we usually say this year, especially because our budget was increased a bit, we want to really put efforts to trying and not return surplus. That is the target, and now we need to operationalize it. We also talked about the audit action plan, because this is one of the weaknesses where we tend to get repeat audit findings. So we want to try and work to fix what is giving us all these repeat audit findings. And as I was talking with the acting CFO, we were saying, you know, these are simple things. And the audit committee called it schoolboy errors with that language. These are like schoolboy errors, and they are easy to fix, but you need to get your story together to be able to fix these things. So we need to start looking at fixing these issues through, including not only, but including through audit findings, because they guide us in terms of where we are not doing things right. Again, risk mitigation, we have been, I must say, through our oversight committees, internal and also the external committee, we have been given stern advice, because we haven't had an external, I must say, because this person must be independent, the chairperson of the audit committee, which we have advertised, and it's part of the recruitment that is happening right now, but we haven't been very strong. And now we want to start measuring in terms of the percentage of the risks that we have. How many are we addressing? And again, this is an area where, sorry, the table sort of like shifted. This is the area where we're saying we don't plan to fail. We go 100% risk mitigation and do the best we can and see how far we go. These are areas that are not negotiable in terms of doing 100% as far as effectiveness is concerned. Similarly, with the compliance with legislation, we were discussing that again yesterday with the audit committee, and this output forces us to go, and we have plans for that. Obviously, this quarter, we are outlining and starting to implement things that we need to do. We need to outline our compliance universe as the CGE. All internal and external regulations that govern the work that we do. We need to have that universe outlined, and then start looking at where are we faltering in as far as compliance to this legislation is concerned, because we hold other institutions accountable for compliance with this legislation. And as the Commission, we should lead by example when it comes to things like this. You can't ask other people to comply when you are not complying. The issue of vacancy rate has also been one very challenging situation in the CGE in this past year. And as we had started now to try, and we are moving, especially because now we have the HR manager, we are beginning to move in this area. And we are targeting that at least here, it's not a situation where you can go 100%, because there are many situations that are beyond your control, like resignations and so forth. So, but an acceptable vacancy rate in a healthy institution should at least be 5%. If you go 0%, that would be ideal. But realistically, we want to try that by the end of this year. Hopefully, we will be able to have some, if not 5, at least. If we don't achieve the target, it shouldn't be far off what we are targeting here. Training and development is another weakness in the institution. We have this in our audit findings, and obviously some of the contributing factors have been the fact that we had to move from what we were used to in terms of training and development, people going to institutions to be trained and so forth, to online modes of doing this. So we faltered as an institution, but now we have plans and some programs that are coming out of need as we learn our weaknesses throughout the year. We have intended to have training happening at least once a quarter. That is what is achievable. But here there is potential to do more, but we do know now already we have training this quarter happening with the National School of Government to strengthen our public education officers in the issues of gender mainstreaming, because this is the core of their work as they do public education and mainstreaming in municipalities. In terms of strategic partnership, also we know that the issue of MOUs, we learned the hard way, I think, at least if I were to speak for myself, that targeting MOUs is not advisable, because it takes months and months of negotiating what you are partnering on. But what we want to do now is to have a criteria of who are our strategic partners, who actually add value in the work that we are doing. And have the criteria for that value. And colleagues have already drafted a strategy in this regard, which again will go through internal consultations to define who actually we partner with and for what purpose and what value do we derive from them. We know we do a lot of partnerships. Some we are invited, some demand dictates that we respond, but strategically, we estimated that at least, because we're doing this now intentionally, let's take 10, see how it goes this year. If we think we have the capability to increase, we will increase, but for now we put 10 across, because we haven't seen how this will work out once we have a stringent criteria of what a strategic partner is. The last slide, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, indicates the allocations that have been put on each outcome as presented compared to the previous years. But as we had indicated, the Treasury through the Department of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities have increased our budget from our baseline of they generally in the CGE say the baseline of an average of 93 million to 100 million. Therefore, through looking at historically how we have been allocating to these outcomes and why, we also estimated our outcomes, our budget allocations to outcomes in the way that we have done with the first one, 12.7 million, the second one, which is the most intensive, 36 million, and the third one, which work is generally, all of them work is done by staff internally. We rarely outsource anything in the first three outcomes, but the last outcome, which they have the highest budget, this is what I was explaining. As we have seen the activities in the APP, we have about I think we have about 13 or something like that outputs from this, and many of these outputs require expertise that we don't have in the CGE. And I've given the example of the ICT department where we are very, very, very weak, and we want to try and improve that. So resources have been allocated to this in terms of really making the CGE what it should be. At least that is how we have looked at this. May I conclude, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, by perhaps indicating that last year, for the first time, we began to use the Treasury costed activity plan template. We were not very successful because it was like, you know, introducing a new thing. Always we stagger here and there, and the auditors has been on us. We had a finding pretty much internally and externally and so forth, that our reporting quarterly is not performance reporting, non-financial performance is not aligned to financial performance. So we want to also try this year in our activity plan, reventure towards having costed activity plan. The good thing is that now we have people who know how to do that much better than us non-financial people understand. So we're going to venture into that. We have planned dates to do this. So we will try to align our performance, our non-financial performance and financial performance information aligned. Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members, my commissioners and colleagues.
CEO who's presenting the financials. CEO.
Sorry, Honorable Chair. I realized I was talking on mute. My apologies. I was introducing the acting CFO who will present the budget is Ms. Pearl Malisa. I was saying she's our new finance manager. When the interim CFO got a job and left, we asked the new finance manager to act as CFO while we appoint the CFO, as we had already started the processes. Thank you, Honorable Chair and members. Through you, Honorable Chair, if you allow, perhaps we may ask Ms. Malisa to show her face. So honorable members at least identify with who is talking. Thank you, Chair.
Okay.
Honorable Chair, oh, there she is. She's just been given co-host so she can project. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. But I didn't see her face.
Good morning, Chairperson and the honorable members. Is
Oh,
my
okay.
face visible now?
Morning. Morning.
Morning.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to present the annual performance plan. If I'm just gonna share with the presentation with the rest of the members.
Honorable Chair,
Hello.
it's Masiko.
Okay, Honorable Masigo.
Chair, before the CFO presents, one would just need clarity from the CEO in relation to the costing each activity plan. She had mentioned that. So now would want to know how was the APP then put together and what informed the budget if the costing is now done per activity plan. Maybe that will be clarified by the presentation. I'm not sure, Chair, but I think it's a bit problematic if the CEO would note it in that manner.
CEO.
Thank you, Chair. What I presented as a summary of the budget allocations to each outcome. When I talk about costed activity plans, remember what we have submitted is the APP and the quarterly targets. So what we need to do now is to go to a quarterly target. For instance, where we said we're going to implement 100% of the research agenda activities in this quarter, and that 100% activities, let me just say, is data collection. And I'm just making an example. So in terms of travel to go to institutions, or in terms of electronic communications, contacting participants, we need to be able to say what will travel for researchers cost. And historically, we have information in that regard. So for research, with the 8 million that is the ballpark figure, when we go to activities, we look at how much these things cost per activity, because that's what auditors want to see. They don't want to see an overall figure. So we need to be able to cost the activities that justifies that 8 million. I don't know if it makes sense. So that, unfortunately, in terms of submission timelines, the APP and the strategy came first, but we still have internally, these are the, what I called behind the doors kind of planning, where we now break down activities to justify these ballpark figures. I don't know, Chair, if it's makes sense.
We hear you, but Masiko?
Yes, Chair. But the understanding is that when you are doing your costing, you actually do a forecast beforehand, prior. And for me, that is the reason why you go for strategic planning sessions. It's not that afterwards, then you do the costing, but the forecast that is done beforehand. But maybe, Chair, let us allow the budget allocation to go ahead, and maybe one will engage after the presentation. But it is a concern, Chairperson.
Yeah, we are right, Honorable Masiko. Because in fact, even for accounting purposes in Parliament, remember, we are expecting you to be giving us figures per quarter. And those quotas, you should have used your budget at 25% at that time. So if we have broken it like that, I'm sure CEO it will be confusing for us as the portfolio committee. Because, for instance, if maybe in that quarter, the activities of that quarter were less than 25% of the budget allocated, for us, it says we have underspent. You know, and you need to reach the 25% of allocated for that specific quarter. I'm not sure whether you do understand what we are trying to say to you.
Yes, Honorable Chair, I agree. Ideally, the process should be bottom up, not the way it's been happening. Hence, I was saying we tried last year and this year, it's not ideal. Ideally, you want to start from the bottom and cost your activities and get the totals. But what has not been happening is we haven't been having costed activity plans. So it's like, and I hope, I'm sorry to put it like this, it's almost like baby steps now, trying to get the process right. But unfortunately, it comes bottom, top down, because it's a process that we are still getting into. We only started last year to use the Treasury costed activity plan. And yes, and what the honorable members are saying is very correct. It's not ideal, but we're trying to work towards that ideal, that we do things properly. Thanks, honorable members.
Let's allow the acting CFO to make a presentation so that we can see how do we engage regarding this matter. Okay, over to you, acting CFO.
Thank you, Chair. Herefore, I present the budget for 2022-23 to the committee at large. I'm Pearl Malisa, the Finance Manager at CGE, and currently I'm the acting CFO. The second page will be the table of content, where I will be going in brief on all the highlights that are on the table of contents. On the third page, honorable members, I'm going to start with the economic outlook and the fiscal conditions. Our gross domestic product is been expected to increase with the 2.1% in the 2022, 1.6 in 2023, 1.7 in 2024. We have also had a surplus in the current year as we have finalized the draft financial year financial statement and submitted them to the audit com for discussion. The pandemic and the need to increase social grant increased demand for social services, putting more pressure on the fiscus. The surplus in revenue collection by Revenue Authority provide relief on the fiscus. The nature of CGE is the service delivery model, which is in-sourced with the human capital. So human capital, in terms of our budget from National Treasury, it's the largest portion of the budget for compensation of employees, and it's constituting 70% of the budget that we're getting from National Treasury. The remaining being goods and services to do the mandate in terms of the Commission of Gender Equality as per the establishment. Our geographics are in the 9 provincial offices where core business delivery is done. And our allocation is also in terms of the vote 13 under human insurance and people with disabilities. The structure, as I've indicated, it's 70% of our compensation of employees and also 30% of the goods and services. Our key drivers in terms of the Commission for Gender Equality, it is the telecommunication, the travel and the accommodation, which are viewed in terms of the cost drivers that are driving the goods and services expenditure. The fixed overheads are taking 90% plus of the budget. Our budget is mainly classified in terms of our commissioners, our main service delivery, which is our core business, and also corporate services. Our commissioners, if I were to summarize, our cost drivers is the travel and accommodation, and our main service deliveries, it's goods and services that we are acquiring to do the outcome of each and every APP that we have planned in our strategic plan, in our 5-year strategic plan. On page 5, the planning principle, our budgeting, it's on a zero budgeted focus where we start our expenses in the financial year at a zero basis, not taking into account the commitments because they will be covered by the surpluses which will be approved by the National Treasury. A 5% increase in terms of the inflation is adjusted for every expenses.
Chairperson, I'm sorry I'm not able to raise my hand, but I wanted to request the acting CFO to please scroll down because I think she's not scrolling down and leaving behind. Sorry about that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Member. We're on page 5. Can you see the page 5? Are the honorable members able to see page 5 where I've scrolled and I'm discussing on?
Planning principles.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Currently, we have filled the HR manager who's expediting the filling of the vacancies in the 2022 fiscal year, which is also making the fixed budget to be sitting at a surplus because salaries are paid on a fixed basis. So far in the 2022, we have filled 3 managerial, which is middle management, and also a lower level of an administrator. In the current year, we've also, the surpluses from the cost of compensation, it will go down as we are filling the vacancies in the current year of review, which is 2023, where we're doing the budget. The operating model of the CGE is structurally on fixed and other 80% of the budget. And also the goods and services are also in terms of the APP from our strategic plan. On the page that I'm presenting, I bring forth to the committee the budget allocation per annum. This is a 7-year budget, but I'm going to focus on the 2023 going forward. It must also be taken into account that we are now reaching the 2030 National Development Plan, where one of the objectives is the gender equality. So we are having deficiencies when it comes to our goods and services. If you can look into the 2023 on the table that I'm presenting, we're having 29 million for goods and services. However, if you can look in the 2023-24, our expenditures for goods and services, our plan is that we're going to approach the National Treasury, that we need more money because we're having a surplus. So far, when I was presenting the financial statements to the Audit, we had a surplus of 19 million, which we will surrender to the National Treasury. However, if we can look at the need of the Commission for Gender Equality, taking into account the current situation sitting in South Africa, we will need more budget when it comes to our cost of goods and services, not forgetting the annual increase of cost of living for the compensation of employees to be taken into account. To the committee, I bring forth what we are disclosing in our financial statement. The National Treasury in the 2022-23 budget that I'm presenting, they have allocated 6.8 million to our baseline. The 6.8 million, it has already been earmarked as specific project, and we have to report on those specific projects that we have asked for the 6.8 million. We had originally been allocated 93.7 million. However, with the 6.8 million, it was the budget had increased to 100,000 million. On page 8, I present to the committee the variances in the previous years where the budget has been sitting up until 2026. In 2021-22, there was a 16% increase in the budget allocated from a depressed budget of 2021. This was before we had started asking for the surplus from National Treasury. This was followed by a 10% increase from which was the 6.8 that I had discussed in my previous slide. In the 2023-24, we're only going to get 94.1, where I had previously discussed that taking into account how we are sitting in our mandate as promoting and protecting the gender equality, we will need more funds from the National Treasury. However, what we have done with the CEO is we have started with how we can approach the National Treasury to increase our cost of goods and services, because when it comes to our MTF allocation, the cost of compensation for employees are always on 100%, and the remainder will be covering both the goods and services. However, we should also be taking into account that we've had a disturbance when it comes to the pandemic which happened, and we were not able to do some of the, for instance, some of the training that were done in 2022. We're sitting with a surplus because training could not be done as we had lockdown in the first 2 months of the quarter that we're reporting on. The budget then steadily will increase from 2023 to 26, will increase from 4 to 5% in 2025 and 26 respectively. With the expected increase of the cost of employees on a yearly basis, as I have explained, we're planning to approach National Treasury to at least keep the benchmark of 100,000 so that we can keep the goods and services at a gradual increment up until the 2026 budget MTF. On page 9, I bring forth to the committee the cost of employees for the 2022-23, which amounts to 70,982,747.67, inclusive of the vacancies that we're planning to plan. So the earlier we do the appointments, it will be the better, where we don't have surpluses at the end of the year. From this 70 million that is sitting here, we have a total establishment of 110 personnel, which is inclusive of 12 commissioners' positions. 16 vacancies exist, including that of the 2 commissioners. So from the 12 commissioners, we have only filled 10 commissioners' positions, and we are left with the 2 commissioners. The cost of establishment is 70.9, as I've indicated, with the accelerated recruitment drive that started in the latter of 2022. We believe that these vacancies will be filled in 2023. When I sat with the CEO, she indicated that this is one of the focal points that we must focus on in 2023, because when it comes to compensation of employees, it's making a fixed surpluses in terms of our reporting when we report to the National Treasury. Also, to bring forth to the committee that we have also submitted our draft financial statement at 30th of April 2022 as required by the instruction from National Treasury. I bring forth to the committee on page 10 the expenses according to the outcome of the CGE. We have our direct expenses of 10 million, the attribute of office overheads of 20 million, and also compensation of total funds at 69 million. I bring forth to the committee on page 11, where we have split the MTF according to how we have been allocated funds on the 100 million in 2023. 2024, we have 94 million. In 2025, we have 98 million. The 94, as I've indicated, we still going to play with the National Treasury, because right now, when we're sitting with our retention of surplus, we have 19 million of retention. I bring forth to the committee on page 12, in terms of the economic classification of the programs. We have our commissioners where they're sitting with the governance of the institution, sitting at 16 million, being 12 million as the compensation of employees, and goods and services at 3.8. The corporate support services, where it's mainly our head offices, where we're giving support to both the commissioners and also the core service delivery, it's sitting at 29 million, which is 13.8 million of the compensation of employees and 15 million of goods and services. When it comes to our core business, where it's sitting in the regional offices, we have 44 million 0.49 sitting under compensation of employees. It must also be taken into account that 50% of our employees are sitting in our regional offices. The 10.5 million is sitting under goods and services for the core business delivery. I bring forth to the committee on page 13 of communication, public education, and research. In terms of if we were doing according to core activities, we'll have our provinces and also our legal and communication as well with our public educators. 53% of the total budget is sitting at core activities as indicated on my slide, and 81% of these core activities represent the cost of employment or compensation of employees. I bring forth on page 14 to the committee the expenditure analysis of corporate services. Our corporate services, when we start disassembling it in terms of the CGE, we have the Chief Executive Officer, and we have the Finance Administrator, the Human and Resource, Information Technology, and also Parliamentary. When I was presenting yesterday to the Audit Com, we had a lot of surpluses because mainly due to the vacancies that existed in the fiscal year of March 2022. Under compensation of employees, we have 15 million. This is 50% of corporate services. And then we have goods and services of 15 million and a total of 30 million 0.8. I bring forth to the committee on my slide for presentation expenditure in terms of the corporate services. As presented in my slide, I've indicated in my previous slide, 16.5 million total budget is allocated to the commissioners program. 76% of the budget, which is 12.6 million of the commissioners program, relates to the compensation of employees. This figure covers the full complement of the commissioners as required by the CG Act. The main driver of goods and services are the travel anticipated for the oversight visit in provincial level. And that is the end of my slide for the presentation for the 2023 budget. In case anyone here, any of the honorable members has a question, you can ask, unless if you also want me to present the draft financial statement. But this is the last page, honorable members. Our Twitter handle for visibility and Facebook, and also for communicating with the rest of South Africa and the world, and also our hotline where you can report any gender-related complaint. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Acting CFO. If I may ask, what informed the allocation for each strategic outcome? And how did you decide on an amount for each strategic outcome? If you're still going to to base your activity costing. Because I'm not sure even your plenary, your commissioners, how did they approve your APP without looking at all these things that I'm asking? Because the way you have done it for 2022, 2023, it's complicated one way or the other. For instance, there are items that were in your APP all along, and I see now they are not in your APP. If I may make one example, I don't see complaints handling in your APP. And I don't understand, if you don't have it in your APP, what does that mean? Does it mean you are no longer going to take complaints? So what is going to happen?
Thank you,
And
Honorable Member.
Wait for me until I finish. You see, the problem that we're having, not all your targets are smart. Because why? They lack detail. And I was listening to the CFO when she was presenting. She also said you still need to work out costing for each activity. So if maybe when you do that, you realize that you need more money to fulfill a target, what is going to happen? There are important items in your previous APP that you have not put them you haven't put them at all in your APP. And if I may ask Kashifa to put on the issues that I'm talking about for the on the key issues for CGE, which are not appearing in this current financial year. Feel that they are very much important for you to have them in your APP. You know, for as long as you are using public money, you are obliged to follow National Treasury guidelines. And why didn't you put what you are presenting in your operational plan? Because I'm sure there you would have understood it better on what is it that you want to achieve as CGE. I'm going back to what Honorable Masiko was asking, which the CEO has responded to, that even us, according to the manner in which we do our oversight and monitoring, we go according to what is prescribed. So we don't have a problem of you wanting to do things, whether you are correcting it or we want to change so that you can, it's going to be easy for you for delivery or for realizing your outcomes. But for us to approve your strategic plan and your APP, it needs to be put according to the way it's standard. So I'm not sure how did your commissioners approve your APP, the manner in which we have written it, and when some of these items that I'm just mentioning are not appearing in your APP. Maybe let me get other hands from honorable members. I see the hand of Honorable Masondo, but I think we need maybe, let's deal with the one that is critical, the things that I have raised that are critical, because those are the basis of how then we are going to hold you accountable as the portfolio committee. That's how we measure your performance. And maybe get an explanation on the things that we've raised, but also I would like Kashifa to flight the things that I'm talking about. Kashifa?
Yes, Chairperson, if Nelisa can just give me sharing rights, give me a moment, and then I'll flight it.
Thank you,
Chair.
Honorable Mpiti.
Chair, just a clarification, just from the presentation, a quick one. I think I may have heard it wrong, but I just wanted to understand in regards to what was said about there was 19 million that was returned to Treasury, but also in the same breath, there was also an indication that additional funds may be required in order to fulfill what appears on the APP. So I'm just a bit confused about that, and I just think I'd require more clarity, because if we are sending money back to the Treasury, but we are also asking for more money, it really does not speak to each other, and I think that needs to be clarified. I do hear the point around COVID, but there's many issues that have been raised throughout the country, various issues that I think this money could have been used worthwhile. So just to get some clarity on what exactly is meant by the return of 19 million rand to Treasury, but also in the same breath, the requirement or the need for more funds to be allocated. I think I'm just unclear on that issue. Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Honorable Mpiti. In fact, thank you for raising that one, because I thought she said 90. I thought she said 90 million. So it's you are saying it's 19. Thank you. Kashifa?
Sure, Chair, I'll share my screen now. Chairperson, members, and the CGE. So looking at the current APP and a reflection of the APP from the previous financial year for strategic objective 1, these were targets that were listed in the previous APP, but could not be located in the current APP. For strategic outcome number 2, there were these 8 targets that were in the 21-22 APP, but that did not appear in the the current APP, and she had referenced the issue of the complaints handled. So in last year, there was noted one consolidated report on complaints handled. For key issues for strategic outcome 3, there were 7 targets that previously appeared, but no longer in the current APP, as listed on the screen. And then for strategic outcome 4, these were the 10 targets we had noted in the previous APP that no longer appeared in the current APP. We do want to indicate that we have seen that for some targets, they were previously located, for example, in strategic outcome 3 last year, and then was moved to either 2 or 1, and that appeared for strategic outcome 1 and 2 as well. But there was no explanation as to why targets were moved from one outcome to the other. But the CGE would have known if they look at the APP from the previous financial year, all of these have been listed, and we've just compared last year to the current financial year. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kashifa. Can I get a response from the chair and the administrator? Chairperson? Deputy Chair?
Greetings, honorable members. Greetings to the members of the Portfolio Committee. Greetings, Chairperson. Good day, colleagues. I'm looking at the inputs that just have been made in terms of the changes. Let me just open the relevant document so that I can refer to the appropriate one. In terms of the first question that honorable members have referred to, particularly on the changes, the consolidation of the annual plan has been primarily to position the CGE better in terms of impact, but also in line with its mandate. We found that there are various activities that can be consolidated into our APP. And for an example, effective organizational effectiveness and so forth. This is what some of the issues that have been picked up. I want to just be specific, so I'm just opening my APP so that I refer to the exact point. When we commenced with the strategic planning process, we agreed on specific outcomes in that process. And in that process, we then agreed that some of the principles, one, we had agreed that where we have found activities to not be smart or specific, measurable, and clear in terms of timelines, that has to be amended. So you may find that in order for us to align to that, we would have to rephrase some of the activities. And this was what we then constituted into our APP. I'll be specific when I refer to those. The second is that we've also made sure that our measures are within our mandate in terms of strategic impact. Instead of having activities that are not strategic within the APP, we would make sure that those individual activities are coupled within, for an example, one of our strategic trust or plans. So let me just go to strategic objective 1, which was mentioned. And strategic objective 1, colleagues, deals with primarily the outcome that deals with the issue of
enabling and legislative environment and the policies that speak to that. You will note that the previous activities that have been changed from the previous strategic objective 1 have been highlighted, and the reason for that is that I'm looking at part C for the institutional, is that we have targeted in terms of our strategic thrust, those that are going to have impact. So you can see there that many of the issues that have been raised is 4 meetings, 3 meetings. These are the 2 that have been highlighted. The reason for us to say that we would rather want to have impact and reform from having meetings centered approach here is therefore the guideline or the underpinning premise. So our emphasis here is that the meetings should be captured in what we call the monitoring tool. That monitoring tool deals with all the legislative reform and or recommendations from our high-level meetings. So this would necessarily not be seen as a deliberate activity 1 by 1 item. But if you look at the monitoring tool that monitors our stakeholder engagements on gender transformation, on gender mainstreaming, you will see that expressed very clearly when we go back and we engage all the stakeholders in this regard. So you won't now see 1 item is a 4 meeting, 3 meeting, because the problem with that for us, we've seen is that it doesn't assist the impact. And what will assist the impact is to look at our recommendation review from our own reports and recommendation and see the impact in that regard and tailor our meetings to that specific report or recommendation and not be general. That is on the reduction of meetings, but it's not lost in that we still are doing our legislative submissions, we still are doing our systemic investigation, you'll see that we have an additional outcome that we have never had as a regular activity on monitoring courts and other activities of the justice and security cluster. So these are some of the additional activities so that the committee doesn't get a sense that we're reducing, I think the comment was made, our work so that we can be more comfortable. It's rather to be more articulate and clever in terms of how we work so that we have better impact. On the strategic objective 2, honorable members and chairperson, the issue of the strategic outcome here is we want to promote our information and education, and that's where the activities lie, the outreaches lie, the advocacy lies. And so you'll see there that we still have those as targeted interventions. The focus for the 2022/23.
Commissioner, Deputy Chair.
All right.
Before you go further, isn't it that impact is determined by specifics? I'm just asking. We understand that, but impact is determined by specifics. So, and maybe if you can just clarify us there.
Yes, let me help you. 4.4, on the actual APP now, you'll see the question that was raised was, there's an example raised about the legal and research. That was a specific question on the legal and research outcome. The issue there is that we ourselves have looked inwardly to say, colleagues, we cannot continue to simply have meetings for the sake of it. We've got to have pointed meeting related to organizational work that has been done historically, currently, and looking forward. So what we have said is that the exact detail is on 4.4 in the plan, because you will need to link it now to what am I saying. In the plan, we have got an updated report on the implementation of our legal reports and our research reports to measure the effectiveness of those historical and current recommendations, because those are constantly updated. So I think the specific and the detail will be now, if the committee is saying, we want to look at your tracking tool every quarter. How far have you gone on recommendations, which is the appropriate question even for us to look at for ourselves, to measure how far we've moved. So I'm just trying to detail, Chairperson, and to the members that that is the detail, and that is where the detail will be. But for us to put 5 meetings, 3 meetings, I think for us, we've said that that is not a strategic way for us to deal with measuring our impact. And so we have created a tool, we're monitoring that tool, we're updating that tool to see the effectiveness of the organization in relation to that instrument of the effectiveness of legislative and gender mainstreaming reform.
Okay, just there. You see, as the committee, we must be able to track the things that you have said you are going to do. So for us, if they don't appear in your APP, then it's gonna be a problem. Because how are we going to track them? Because if they are not reflecting in your APP, for us, it's not going to be easy to make your account on them and to track them. The manner in which we have crafted your APP. We are trying to help each other here. We're not saying you must not bring changes and you must not be innovative. No, we're not saying that. But we're saying we must also find expression in your report so that you make also our life easy to track and measure the impact and also your targets. That's why your targets must be clear for us. What are you saying? Yeah, but if it's crafted like this, you see, you have crafted it in high level. We understand that. But for accountability purposes, then that's where we are finding it difficult for us to be able to track your performance.
Chairperson, can I make a recommendation on this one specifically? We can, okay, I think, quarterly, in addition to the normal APP that is submitted and the budget outcomes that are submitted through the CFO when they present, I think it is proper for us to provide the tracking tools as an addendum, which will then detail the reports on what is happening, who have we met, what did we do in the quarter, how far have we come. And I think that will be the transparent. Can you hear me, Chairperson?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying that, Chair, the appropriate is to approach this like attaching an addendum to those items that are not detailed, where you need the detail to monitor effectively the work of the organization. We are open to that, Chair. I think, CEO, we should have a normal attachment and an addendum on 4.4, for an example, and any other item, I think, where the portfolio committee and the members feel that they need the detail. And I think that that would be in order, Chairperson, because in the annual performance plan, you would, for an example, see policy workshop or policy engagement or policy dialogue. If you want detail on that, you won't necessarily see in the APP, you'll see it in our plan, in the execution, you spoke about that. And so we must then attach that. And I think we must provide more detail in the attachment, but I do want to confirm that we do have the detail in the APP on 4.4 on this specific item, but I think that we should attach it so that you are able to monitor the detail. And I think if that is acceptable, CEO, we would then need to implement that going forward, where you attach those tools that are already being overseen by the subcommittees, attach the expenditure plan that is already being overseen, because what the committee wants to see, how far have you spent? Are you on track with the target? You know, you don't want to simply get a report that doesn't tell you the detail. So we attach those addendums on those specific items that that have been highlighted by the committee, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, because it's for instance, I was looking at research report, which what research report will be monitored and how and where and how, where and when. You see, that's why I'm raising these things on behalf of the committee, so that at least you can. We must be on the same page and in the same understanding on why is it important to raise the things that you are raising. Yeah. If we are going to do as you have said now, I'm sure we are not going to have a problem, but we need to be told and on when are you going to submit that? Because we must be sure when we go to present our budget vote, this must have been presented to the committee, and then we adopt your report as a complete document now. And when is our budget vote debate, Kashifa?
It's on the 19th of May.
So today is Friday.
Yes.
Yeah? So today
it's on the 19th
Friday.
of May.
Yeah, and then 19th is the week after next.
Yes, Chair.
So it means by next week we need to get it so that we are able to finalize our report. And it cannot be Friday. It must be Tuesday in the evening or Wednesday.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think CEO, you've heard, and we must effect it. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Deputy Chair. Okay. Can I get hands, honorable members? We are. I think we are done with this one of the strategic plan and the APP in terms of the issues that we have raised. Were raised by Honorable Masiko and Honorable myself, and the last one that was supposed to have been responded to is by the one of 90 million by this acting CFO. It's true that, you know, when there's money that have been rolled back to National Treasury, and then again, you say you need extra funds, when you roll back money, they won't take you serious. Acting CFO, can you respond to that one?
Thank you, Honorable Ma'am. When I was talking about the surpluses retention in terms of the National Treasury instruction, when you have, because we are sitting with the GRUB principle and they're using cash basis modification. So what they do is, for as long as by the 31st of March 2022, from your asset, which is your bank less your liabilities, you need to return that money. But however, because we're using GRUB, we still have accruals that are sitting in there. Yes, it doesn't mean, it doesn't make sense that why would we return money and in term come and ask for it. But however, we need to remember that by the 31st of May, some of the things, especially when it comes to our accruals, they have not been paid. But because we're using an accounting basis, we have to comply with that accounting basis. From that night, I don't know if I'm answering the honorable member correctly. From that 19 million, it's only because we need to comply.
Is it 19 or 90?
19.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay.
So it's in terms of the compliance when it comes to the reporting principles. But however, we still have things that we haven't paid by the 31st of March. So that is what is causing us to have a surplus. So when we ask for the money, it's the retention of surplus, it's actually coming from the previous year accumulation of the surpluses. For them, they call it surpluses. For us, and for us, it's actually what we still need to do. It doesn't mean that we didn't do anything and now we're asking for the money. But what we're actually trying to do is, because we're having a different type of reporting standards, then we need to also comply to National Treasury. But after we have reported, we'll also detail a plan in our financial statements that we still have A and B that is still not paid for. Can we please retain that money? But it must also be taken into account that from when I was presenting the 2023, in that 29 million that is for goods and services, it doesn't include any commitment or any accrual that was accrued in the 2022 financial year end. I don't know if I've answered Honorable Luvuyo very well.
Oh, okay. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you, Chair. I'm captured.
Okay. I see the hand of the CEO. CEO.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I wanted to request, Chair, if possible, if we can get the document that was flighted by Ms. Kashifa, because, you know, yeah, just looking at it, I thought we covered, but I can't just say we covered. We can look at it and respond properly where those issues are covered in the APP. If we can get that document, we will appreciate.
Okay, and Kashifa, may you please send that document to Neliswa, especially the slides that you talked to, you presented, yeah, so that the CEO can get them and have a look of those things, whilst honorable members will be asking clarity-seeking questions. Can I get hands from honorable members? Honorable members, the two reports have been presented. Can I get hands from yourselves? Honorable Sheriff, Masondo, about two pen.
Chair, I'm struggling, Masiko. I'm struggling with my icons.
Okay, Masiko. Ngobo. Honorable Ngobo.
Yes, Chairperson. Good morning. My hand is up.
Oh, okay. In that order.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chair, I'm not going to be very long. And I don't have questions because there's not much detail provided to us. So it's just a comment, Chair. If you look at the APP and the targets and the timelines, I'm very disappointed in the fact that with the lack of detail, it makes it very difficult for us as the committee to hold them accountable and to be able to, monitor their performance. And I think that, with this issue that we've been discussing around the budget requirements in relation to the activities that are being done by the CGE and the lack of clarity there, it really does concern me, Chairperson, that we've been sitting in this meeting and we still don't have clear details on what the CGE's plan essentially is. I mean, if you look at some of the targets, it says 100% reports in each quarter, but that doesn't give us the information that we need in terms of the detail that goes into those reports. So if the CG comes to us in the first quarter and they say we've done X, Y, Z, we don't have anything to measure them on because there's no detail in the APP. So, Chair, I think that this is not the first time an APP is being presented to the committee, and perhaps they need to go back and provide us with detail necessary. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I know we are moving from which premise, Honorable Sheriff. I know that at one stage we turned back the NYDA when they wrote their report as if they are a private entity. So that's why we will give CGE an opportunity to go back and put that addendum so that we can be able to see clearly on exactly the things that we have raised with them, that they have done them according to how we raise issues and what is our expectations. And we'll take it from there. But they must try their level best that when they go back and do those corrections, the items are being are smart. They must be smart so that we can be able not to turn them back and allow them to redraft the whole document. So that will be my advice to CGE, that they must make life easy for them, because with NYDA, we had to turn them back, and there was no time. We had to give them only 2 days. At least them, they've got a weekend. And there's nothing that we can do, because and it's because of Nati, our time is pressing us. There's nothing we can do. Honorable Masondo.
Thank you, Chairperson. Good morning, good afternoon to yourself and honorable members and the CGE. Most of the questions you have touched on, Chair, that I was preparing, but if maybe I repeat one, you will pardon me, but because the network now is just up and down. How this APP pass plenary approval when so many targets are not smart and there is no continuity between the last APP 2021-2022 and the current APP 2022-2023? What then informed the budget? What has happened to litigation by the CGE as a key function? How has the CGE translated the promotion and protection of gender equality within the revised strategic plan and current APP? How has the CGE ensured synergy between the amended strategic plan and the current APP when aspects such as litigation and complaints handling are not expressly stated as annual or quarterly targets for the current financial year? How does the CGE ensure continuity of its work when targets are no longer reported on? Where are the implications of the amended strategic plan for the work of commissioners over the MTSF period? What is the role of commissioners in giving effect to the entire APP, and what is the plan in relation to this? How are commissioners to be held to account in this regard? What can members of the committee expect of commissioners within their constituencies and provinces in the current financial year? How has the CGE ensured that their recommendations have been taken up and addressed within the 22-23 APP? The last one, how has the CGE ensured that the concerns raised by the AG South Africa have been taken up and addressed within its current APP? Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. Honorable Ngobo.
Thank you, Chairperson. I've been covered by you, Chairperson, and Honorable Sheriff. And I agree, Chairperson, that CGE has to go back and come back to the committee with the APP together with an addendum to give us more information. I just have a quick question to the CEO of CGE, and I just want to find out from her if the CGE will still be rolling out the Boy Child project for the 2022-23 financial year. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Babu Ngoba. Honorable Masiko.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Honorable Chair, I'm not going to waste much time because I've been covered by yourself and Honorable Sharif in saying that maybe let us deal with the addendum. Because clearly, if we don't have detail, there's not much to discuss and answer to in relation to the details that have not been provided, or maybe specifics in relation to the quarterly target. I think it's only then, Chairperson, that will be able to thoroughly engage the document when the details have been brought forth. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Honorable Poni.
No, thank you, Chairperson, and good afternoon, colleagues on the platform. I need to also indicate that I've been struggling for over 30 minutes with my gadget connected every time, Chair. So I might have, I've heard the Chairperson on the earlier part when you were saying CGE must go back, the commissioners must go back and work on their issues, and particularly on the issue of the funds that have been taken back to Treasury from the report, as was indicated. Maybe from my side, I'm not sure whether these issues were captured, but I'm just saying that as they go to work and submit report for next week, let them also look into the recommendations from the Auditor General's office that they were to do as CGE in the last meeting that we had, the areas that they need to work on, and ensure that they also included in whatever they will be presenting next week. And also that it is very important to work on their financial issues, so that to have good reports coming, the audit that will be happening. I'm not sure when they are going to be audited, but it's important to work on their internal financials also, and make sure that everything is in order from their side. So I just wanted to talk on that, but the main is on the issues and recommendations that come from the Auditor General's office that they must also work on. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Poni. Can you get response from CGE? I saw the hand of the chairperson.
Hello, Chair. Honorable Chairperson.
Yebo.
Yes, am I audible? I'm using someone else's phone.
Yeah, audible.
Oh yes, thank you very much, Chairperson. I think my hand was up previously. I wanted to respond to Honorable Masiko's question in terms of whether we were able to do forecasting and do our plannings properly. And then I will address that one quickly, Chair, and then come back to the recommendations made by the Portfolio Committee in terms of CGE going back to look at issues and then presenting a detailed APP with targets that seem to have been left out. Chair, I just want to reassure the Portfolio Committee that yes, the Commission for Gender Equality did look at a three-pronged approach. The first approach was to do the planning. So we did go to a strategic planning session beginning of this year. so that we are able to do quite a lot of reflection and consultation internally as the Commission for Gender Equality. And this was done beginning of the year, Chairperson. And I think coming out of that process, we provided a framework which gives basis on the strategic outcomes that we have come out of that process with, and there are 4 strategic outcomes that we have for this current financial year. Then the second approach that we did, Chair, was to do the budgeting. The budgeting actually details how the plan, the APP as well as the strategic plan for the next coming 2 years is going to look like. So we carried out a process that looks at a month-to-month and quarter-to-quarter budget for the Commission for Gender Equality. And this is how we are able to request allocations, quarterly allocations, or quarterly budgets from National Treasury. So the quarter-to-quarter 25% that Chairperson referred to is exactly how we report, and this is exactly how we request budget allocations per quarter from National Treasury. Then the last one, Chair, was to do the forecasting, which is a task that looks at a historic data. And if you look at slide number 6, that was presented by the acting CFO, it actually provides for this information. So the data comes from the 2019 reflections of our budget and expenditure there, and it goes up to 2026. And if you look at the current budget, it actually gives issues and cognizant to the issues of the working conditions, the inflations, and all of that. And we actually put our budget up based on those forecasting exercises that we have done. And then we are able to make predictions for the new financial year. So the forecasting was done, and it's actually clearly articulated on slide number 6. Honorable Masiko. So I think that 3-pronged approach was what CGE looked at. Chairperson, I want to just quickly come to the request made by honorable members. I think honorable members are clearly saying that we need to be detailed so that you can be able to hold the Commission into account when we provide more detail. So, Chair, I think the first important thing that we will request would be to share that document that Kashifa shared with us, so that we can look at the issues that we think are hidden in our overall high-level strategic outcomes that we have done. And then we can talk about timeframes, Chair. I think there will be a commitment made by the Deputy Chair that we will make sure that we append some of the detailed monitoring framework that we have internally, but also I think we will use your document to actually look at what we can best do to clearly articulate whether in our framework or in our current APP, and we are able to come back and present to the Portfolio Committee, Chair. Thank you.
Other issues, CO?
Thank you, Honorable Chair and honorable members. I think the Deputy Chair and the Chair covered me, because I was going to say a lot of what honorable members have raised. This exercise of submitting the addendum of activities related to our outputs will assist. In terms of, the issues of litigation, the issues of complaints handling, all these things that seem to have fallen off, because these are activities that we have looked at as low-level activities that will get into those activity plans, but we will define them as per output to show where they are. So that is a task that we will try and prioritize so that we can respond to the portfolio committee timeously. A quick question asked by the Honorable, bear with me, I don't remember if it was Honorable Ngobo as I was taking other notes of the boy child. That is one of our standing programs in the APP. And that's why these things are, some of them, because it's a high level document where we are discouraged to put daily activities. Hence, it's not fair to the committee, because I do understand that you don't see what you should be overseeing. So that outcome with strategic partnerships, this is where some of these activities will come out. The boy child, or what we call the Men and Boys Project, it's an ongoing project in the commission. But yes, we will detail them in the activities that we will submit. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much. Any other matter that is outstanding? Nelisa, may you please check our Wednesday so that we can call in CGE to finalize their strategic plan and APP so that we adopt a report hereable on that day. Just check for me Wednesday or Tuesday evening. Honorable Sheriff. Honorable Sheriff.
Thank you very much, Chair. I just want to make a point that the CGE and the CEO asking Kashifa for the comparisons is massively problematic. I would imagine that in their strat plan, they look at last year's APP and compare it to their new APP. And I mean, I'm not saying that we mustn't help them and send it to them, not at all. I'm just saying that this is the work that needs to be done by the CGE. Kashifa's role is to give information to members, and the CGE must be doing this. Also, it's also a concern noting that they only had their strat plan, their strategic session in the beginning of this year, when it should have already been done. And the fact that they still have to cost activities means that there's a delay or slow working within the CGE, and perhaps this points to issues around managing and leadership. Chair, I'm just noting that as a concern.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sheriff. I didn't want to comment. I'm giving them the opportunity that at least Tuesday night, after the sitting, we can be able to have that meeting, or Wednesday morning. So I want Nelly to double check for us if that's doable. But let's go to the first items. Deputy Chair and the Chair, please make the presentation.
Chair, I just want to check if I'm audible so that I can start.
Yeah, we are audible. Our lawyers from Parliament here, Nelly.
He is here. Heben is here, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. Morning, Dr. Tembe.
Morning, Chair, and honorable members.
Okay. Over to you, Chairperson.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, for the opportunity. And again, apologies for the technical glitches regarding connectivity that we're experiencing this morning. Good afternoon to honorable members. Without waste of time, I'm going to speak to the first report that was submitted, and this report basically provides progress on the breach of the code of conduct by one of our commissioners, Commissioner Mbuyiselo Bota. And Chair, the purpose of this report basically is to provide not only progress, but also just take you through the sequence of events pending the disciplinary inquiry. And again, in terms of providing context, I just want to indicate to honorable members that there was a report that was shared with the portfolio committee last year, which actually provided a substantive information on how we got ourselves here. But today I will, over and above that, provide a sequence of events that followed the precautionary suspension of Commissioner Boda that took place on the 6th of August 2022. Chair, in just quickly going through this report, I'm not going to bother you with the background of who CGE is, but I'm going to go straight into the sequence of events, Chair, and just to update other colleagues and honorable members. You will remember that on the 20th of July last year, Chair, Commissioner Boda was heard, from a recorded conversation making derogatory statements against his fellow 5 commissioners. From there, Chair, I think the plenary, which was sitting on that day, actually responded to those allegations made and made Commissioner Boda aware and asked Commissioner Boda to apologize. But during the meeting, honorable members, Commissioner Boda did not show remorse and said that he can still repeat what he said to the 5 colleagues or commissioners, the derogatory messages that he articulated on the recording. So, Chair, I think there was a process that we then followed, guided by our own internal policy, which is the Commissioner's Handbook. And if you go to the Code of Conduct of the Handbook, Section 16, the chairperson did appoint a committee to just investigate and make a finding on the alleged breach of the code. And the recommendations of that report were then tabled at plenary, and the report with its recommendation was adopted by plenary on the 16th, Chair, and the recommendations were then implemented, which then ended up with the recommendation to make sure that Commissioner Boda is put on precautionary suspension. So that report was shared, Chair, with the portfolio committee. It was also shared with the Speaker's office. Chair, I just want to say that there were letters that were written to the Speaker's office. There were letters that were written to the Office of the President, and you will see those letters as Annexure A in this report, Chair. So the next step, Chair, that we took was following the adoption of that report, the precautionary suspension was implemented. If we talk about precautionary suspension, it's suspension with full pay. And again, we were using the powers that plenary exercised in suspending Commissioner Mbuyiselo Bota pending the inquiry. So we definitely used our code of conduct to the, and if you look at the current handbook that we used, that was approved in 2012 and submitted to Parliament, subsection 16.1 of that code of conduct was then followed to the T, Chair. Thirdly, Chair, we then made sure that at plenary that set on the 6th, the suspension was based on the prima facie evidence that we received on those utterances. I think most of us actually listened to that tape, and there were a lot of vulgar language used, hate speech, aggression, and if you look at all of that, it actually comes down to the breach of code of conduct by Commissioner Boda and bringing the organization into disrepute. So with regards to the hearing, the disciplinary hearing, Chair, and powers vested in the office of the Speaker, the Commission wrote the letters asking for further actioning of the recommendations by the plenary, by the office of the Speaker. And I must also say that we did receive some responses to our letters, Chair, and I will talk about what was responded and how and when. But I think part of this report, Chair, is starting from page 4. We did really use the authority and legal powers that we have. We are also indicating that we were also limited of the powers, which is why we, with the precautionary suspension as per the handbook, and if you look at the CGE Act, it further gives powers as commissioners under Section 3 of the CGE Act. It points that commissioners are appointed by the President, and commissioners will then be also removed by the President. So I think we are demonstrating the powers that are vested in us and how limited those powers are, which is why we ended up, Chair, writing to the office of the Speaker as well as the office of the President, updating them of the information. I'm not going to bother you with handbook, Chair, but I also just want to draw the attention of the committee on the specific areas of the handbook and the code of conduct that we used and we followed under Section 16, Chair, where a code of conduct has been breached. I think the first issue that speaks to this is that the commission, the chairperson, may appoint a special committee to investigate, which is A. There's B, the chairperson will consider the report decisions, and these decisions will be presented to plenary, which is what we did. And the plenary will ratify the decisions, which are as follows. The first decision, Chair, is a formal warning. The second decision is a request to refrain from prohibited conduct, and that the commission conducts himself or herself in a certain manner. The third decision, Chair, is a suspension, and the fourth decision is a request to the office of the Speaker requiring a removal of the commissioner. So we stayed with the third decision, Chair, which is a suspension, and then we also then wrote to the office of the Speaker asking for further indulgence. Chair, very quickly going to inputs. An opportunity I want to report to the portfolio committee that
you have finished with the first one.
Commissioner Boda to respond. Oh, sorry, Chair.
You have finished with the Boda?
No, Chair. I was just about to finish. I'm left with a few paragraphs to finish. Yes, Chair. I was pointing to this committee that an opportunity was given to Commissioner Boda on the 20th to refrain and to apologize, and this was not done, Chair, which is why we then proceeded to a precautionary suspension. And again, Chair, I just want to say that to date, Commissioner Boda has filed the Commission with court papers, notifying the Commission of the legal action that he has taken, and the matter by now has been referred to court. And Chair, I want to say that in responding to that, and in responding to Commissioner Boda's lawyers who have served the CGE with an affidavit, the CGE has used the legal, the lawyers in terms of responding to that, and also has developed an answering affidavit to the lawyers of Commissioner Botha, and the matter has now been submitted to the High Court in Johannesburg, and this is where the process is currently, Chair. And I think in conclusion, I want to say that, Chair, we are recommending that the Office of the Speaker should institute action in terms of the matter before us, and this will be in line with Section 5B of the CGE Act that will actually empower the Office of the Speaker to deal with this matter further, Chair, whilst we are also dealing with the court issue in terms of responding to Commissioner Botha's affidavit. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I get, I don't know whether honorable members, I can call in Dr. Tembe first. Can I get an indication? Can I call Dr. Tembe first, or you want to ask questions?
Ask Dr. Tembe first, Chair, so that you can get all the information first.
Okay. Dr. Tembe?
Thanks, Honorable Chair. And honorable members, commissioners of CGE and my colleagues. So what I need to point out on this matter of Botha, it has come to the attention of the Speaker. I don't know whether the advice that I will be giving here, because it will preempt the advice that we give to the Speaker. And furthermore, I've seen the last update that was done to the Speaker on the document which was received yesterday by the Office of the Speaker. But in essence, even from the onset, the response which was given by CGE to the Speaker was crafted by our office. But what I need to point out is that in terms of procedure, what CGE claims to be incapacitated in actually having action instituted against Commissioner Botha, it's not what I can say, it's not valid per se. Why do I say so? Is that in terms of the Commissioner's handbook, the Commission has powers unless, because which is the last resort in terms of the Commissioner's handbook that I have, or what we have as Parliament, which was signed in 2012. Parliament is only involved in the third option, which is a request to the Speaker, to the Office of the Speaker, requiring a removal of the Commissioner. So, which goes to Section 194 of the Constitution, which is the impeachment provision. But before that, for instance, the options given to the CGE, the option to give a formal warning, that won't be done by Parliament, but it can be done by plenary. The request that the Commissioner refrain from that can be done by plenary. It cannot be done by Parliament. So the last one is when they think from when they ratify the decision as plenary, is that this Commissioner must be removed. Is when then Parliament becomes involved, where now Section 194 of the Constitution has to be invoked, which goes into the impeachment of the of the commissioner, because even on the 16.2 of that commissioner's handbook, it says any commissioner who has been warned or faces a request of removal in terms of section 16.1c may within 14 days of being notified of the plenary decision appeal to the chairperson in writing. So which means if there is an intention for removal, the commissioner is given a latitude to appeal before that decision or that request is made to Parliament. So in this situation, it seems like they've jumped the cart before the horse, because if you say now Parliament must action before these internal processes have been exhausted, it's somehow actually it impinges their argument. For that is what I can say, because even in terms of ADR, in terms of the commissioner's handbook, I think 4.4 of the ADR, which is alternative dispute resolution of the commission, it says when a dispute arises, the commission should endeavor to resolve it expeditiously, efficiently, and effectively. Conflict between commissioners should be referred to the chairperson. If the conflict arises between the chairperson and a commissioner, plenary should establish a team of 3 commissioners to deal with the matter. The matter cannot be resolved internally. An external dispute resolution organization like the Arbitration Foundation of Southern Africa should be sourced to deal with the matter, and its findings should be referred to plenary. Once findings have been adopted by plenary, this will be binding on all parties concerned. Should any party not accept the outcome of the matter, she or he may refer this to the Speaker of Parliament for guidance. That is the only situation where it says for guidance by the Speaker. It's an ADR. Then, which is the alternative dispute resolution. Then for non-attendance of meetings, even there, the chairperson has got powers unless the outcome that she desires is that of removal, because 5.5 of the Commissioner's Handbook says, in instances where a chairperson has requested a written explanation from any commissioner, and after considering same, then the chairperson may approach the National Assembly to request that the President act in terms of Section 3.5 of the CG Act for the removal of such a commissioner. Clearly, when you approach the Speaker, if not in terms of the first option, which is alternative dispute resolution, which has been exhausted, then you approach the Speaker for the option of removal. So CGE needs to clarify to the committee whether they are going for the last option, which is removal. Then I can say concerning that one where they say they are hamstrung in terms of acting. Because if you do a precautionary suspension, it's a precautionary, or we call it a preventative suspension. You do a suspension in order to investigate. It's not a punitive suspension, because if you do it in order to collect the evidence that you may use in DC, which is a disciplinary hearing. So hence the employees still remains in the employ of the CGE and has got full benefits, unless the suspension was punitive, where a person can be suspended with no pay. But in this one, it was done as it's said to be a precautionary, which was intended to investigate. So what they need to know is that when you do a suspension, an employer must have positive grounds when deciding to suspend an employee, because a wrongful suspension could make the employer liable to a claim for damages and could constitute an unfair labor practice. So I presume CGE has got its legal person and they've exhausted the internal remedies before coming to Parliament to say they are hamstrung in terms of acting in terms of their handbook. So that is all what I can say, Chair. Thanks, honorable members.
Dr. Tembe. As far as the report is concerned, they have followed all their internal processes. And I think that's what the chair was presenting before us. They have established a committee of 3 commissioners, if I'm not mistaken. They have also written to the commissioner to abstain from going, talking all those things he was writing in the media, and that person did not refrain from all those activities. And then they also, the other thing that they have raised is that there are 5 commissioners who are affected by the same commissioner. The others is the ones that he insulted in that meeting, including that defamation of a character, some of the commissioners, and that one of discrimination of one of the commissioners. They have followed those processes. My understanding in terms of what they are presenting to the portfolio committee is that they have exhausted their internal processes because they don't even get joy from the said commissioner. Instead of him cooperating with them, he runs to the court. So they are saying now, they are making recommendations now to Parliament, which the recommendations, it's what the chair was reading. So I want you to help us regarding that, because it's not that they did not sit. No, they didn't. And they did even went to their plenary and make discuss these matters, and they made recommendations. That's my understanding of what the chairperson was presenting to the meeting. Unless, Chair, I'm misrepresenting the facts. Chairperson?
Chair, you are not misrepresenting the facts, you are correct. We have done and we have exhausted all internal, all our processes, Chair, following the handbook, Chair. I think that is why we have referred to the handbook and how far the handbook takes us and gives us powers, Chair. And beyond what we have done, don't have powers, Chair. So we have exhausted all our internal processes. I also indicate, Chair, that it was a very difficult situation because the commissioners that were we agreed, Chair, we could not actually have a where we even share the same meetings with the commissioner. However, Chair, I must also say that, Audit did not only end up taking to outside from I'm sitting chair, he also did not finalize and or finish internal processes. We were not aware that he would take the matter to the law, to us dealing with the matter, using the handbook, using the CEE Act, and following the internal processes and the processes of Parliament. That is why we're sitting with an internal process, but also we are also sitting and battling to actually respond to the lawyers and courts that are out there.
Dr. Tembe?
Okay, Chair. I need to point out this first, Chair. Although my advice is supposed to be directed to the committee. For any labor dispute, whether you go to the CCMA or you go to court, the first question in addressing that matter, the court will have to consider whether you've exhausted all the internal remedies, so that it should be known that you are escalating the matter. There is no other comfort or redress that you can get from the internal remedies. Coming to the issue of the CGE, whether plenary, because in terms of this commissioner's handbook that I have, it says plenary will ratify the, it says 16.1. A special committee constituted of at least 2 commissioners may investigate and make a finding on any alleged breach. Let me say, from the reading of the report, there is no recommendation that Commissioner Author be removed. That is, you can read that report as addendum A. There's nothing that recommends that.
So
Then,
where the chairperson was reading from which report?
read addendum A. It, at least, but it doesn't recommend a removal. So, because the option that they have are 3. Plenary will ratify the decision, which may be as follows. 1, which is a formal warning. It's not clear whether the plenary, what did the plenary recommend? Did it recommend a formal warning, or it seemingly it opted for 2, whether a request to refrain from the prohibited conduct and or that the commissioner conduct himself in a certain manner. That is 2. 3 says a request to the office of the speaker requiring a removal of the commissioner. So what are the recommendations of the plenary? That is not clearly outlined in that report from the onset. Then 16.2, it says any commissioner who has been warned or faces a request of removal. Do you get it? The first, it's warning. Secondly, a request of removal. In terms of 16.1c, may within 14 days of being notified of the plenary decision, appeal to the chairperson in writing. Did that happen? As far from the report that is in front of us and in front as sent to the speaker, and there's nothing to that effect of 16.1 AB 1, 2, 3. and 16.2. Then 16.3 says all investigation will be in terms of the rules of natural justice, CGE Act, and a PPR and R. I don't know what these are, but the rules of natural justice, it's known. So that cannot be done by Parliament, these processes, 16.1 to 16.3, because even if you look to 5.5 of the Commissioner's Handbook, I think it's 5.6, which says the standard procedure for the removal of any commissioner must be developed and included in the CGE regulations referred to as the PRR and R. So you see the discrepancy and the gaps in terms of their handbook, which cannot probably stand legal scrutiny in this particular case. I need to point out that, Chair. As for the rest, I think they'll get a response from the Speaker. So I don't want to preempt what to be the response of the Speaker, but in terms of their powers, I've outlined them, reading them from section 16 of their Commissioner's Handbook. So the report, it's clear, it doesn't say Mr. Botha Commissioner Botha should be given a formal warning. It doesn't say Mr. Botha should refrain from the prohibited conduct or behave in a certain manner. It doesn't say a request for his removal is made to the Speaker. So clearly, again, there's no appeal whether he has been given the right to appeal within 14 days of that adoption of that report. So that is a procedural matter without going to the procedural fairness of the process in terms of disciplinary, whether the rules were conducted according to natural justice, the alteram partem rule, whether I was given a chance to adduce evidence, also to make his own defense. That is not clearly outlined in terms of the report. So the report can be dissected, I'm telling you, Chair. Honorable members, that is how far I can stop concerning this matter of Commissioner Botha. Thanks, Chair.
Let's get other commissioners so that maybe let's deal with your internal processes first, because what I don't understand is that Dr. Tembe, according to what the chair was presenting and what is written to the report, is that 5 of their commissioners were affected by the said incident. So they felt that maybe they should not participate in some of the decisions. But let me get from you in terms of their rights and their handbook regarding this matter. Because I think what is holding them, some of them, to fully participate in this matter is because they are affected. They were the ones who are affected by the incident of that day. But the committee of other commissioners that was established to deal with the matter of the said commissioner, maybe they must clarify us regarding this issue so that it's clear for us as honorable members on which position should we take. But let me start by calling out Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson. I think the Chairperson covered me. I'll allow the other members to input. Thank you, Chair.
Commissioner Sidiko. Commissioner Sidiko and Tlobata, you were part of the DC.
Oh, thank you so much, Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson. I think the presentation by the Chairperson of the Commission has covered me. All the steps were followed. And because, like you're saying, Chairperson, majority of the commissioners were directly affected. Let me put it in a loose language. They cannot be the referees and the players in this matter. So that's why the last step was that instead, let the employer, in this case, loosely the employer being the president through parliament, be the referee on this matter. So that's why the final recommendation was that let parliament assist in instituting the DC, if I'm not wrong, I'm paraphrasing. Majority of them are affected by this matter. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Sidiko. Commissioner Tlobata.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to speak. I'm covered firstly by what the other speakers have alluded on this matter. Then with the honorable member that was mentioning the processes in an event an employee is faced with this particular situation, they are more applicable from somebody that is employed, because there's a matter of people that are employed and the matter of people that are appointed. So if it's a person of an employee, somebody employed, we are expected to implement the Labor Relations Act as it states, the processes and everything. Then if it's somebody that is in the public sector, it's a combination of the Labor Relations Act and also the Public Service Act, and including its related matters and internal processes that each individual institution or organization implements in an event there is a dispute between an employee and an employer. So with our case as the Commission for Gender Equality, we had, in addition, the handbook as a tool that we were using. So we followed the handbook to the latter. That's why we find ourselves currently facing our honorable members, where we are saying our powers as the Commission for Gender Equality Commissioners allow us to act on this matter in this way. Then also to add, Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, what we did as the Commission for Gender Equality, every step that has to do with the matter concerning Commissioner Porter, we took it upon ourselves as a commission that we inform him on every step. There was nothing that we did that had to do with him that we didn't communicate with him. So to me, I feel that Commissioner Porter might have, I stand to be corrected, but I feel that he missed an opportunity here, because when those communications were taking place, coming from the plenary or the commission to him, he had an opportunity to say, based on 1, 2, 3, I choose to act in this way, or I choose to appeal. So he knew of the internal processes that were taking place, and he didn't make any appeal in that regard. Instead, he opted for 2 options, one for taking the matter to the media, saying things that are unfounded often enough. And he also took an option of serving us as commissioners individually in the privacy of our homes with papers from his attorneys. I can end there, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, and much appreciated, honorable members. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Tlobata. Dr. Tembe, can you assist? because according to the explanation that they're giving us and the communique that was sent to Commissioner Botha, he decided not to follow their internal processes and do his own thing outside their commissioner's handbook. So all what maybe needs to be done, I'm sure in the manner in which they have crafted their report, that's why it confuses. It's because they did not package all the information on the steps that they took in dealing with this process. According to your explanation, Dr. Tembe.
Thanks, Chair. You are correct, Chair, because the Speaker or Parliament is not supposed to assume facts.
Yeah.
So in this particular instance, on the report, like they don't outline that actually this is the headly in them completing the Commissioner's Botha's matter, that they are conflicted. That is not contained in that report because it is under perhaps that can change the complexion or the context of this matter if they say it's because so many commissioners are affected. Secondly, from what I've seen from the report, reading it, then and even yesterday reading it was precautionary suspension. I'll stick to the Commissioner's Handbook, which says 16.1 and 16.3. 16.1 say a special committee constituted of at least 2 commissioners by the chairperson may A, investigate and make a finding on an alleged breach of provision of this code with appropriate recommendations in the investigation report. 16.3 says all investigation will be in terms of the rules of natural justice, CGE Act and PPR and R. I would say, Chair, it's not clear what is the PPR and R, which is not availed to Parliament or to Speaker, so that when we give the advice, it's in accordance. Because the rules of natural justice seemingly at this position, from my reading of the report, there's nothing which points out that the rules of natural justice were followed. I don't know, maybe I'll appeal to them so that they can provide Parliament, actually the office of the Speaker, with this PPR and R, so that when we give advice, it's holistically, because we are not privy to this document. But it's a matter of packaging and some other shortcomings, which I need not point out because I presume that a CGE has got a legal person. But I've pointed out in terms of 16.1 and 16.3. Secondly, it's the issue of packaging. So that is the context. As for the rest, whether these 3 steps were followed, 1 of formal warning, B, and 3, it's not also clearly, it's not clear from the report. And whether that person, because Parliament, actually the Speaker considers that if you submit a report to the Speaker is for the invocation of Section 194, which is the impeachment provision, not for guidance as per Section 4.4 of the Commissioner's Handbook, which is alternative dispute resolution. That is where the differences lie. The difference lies. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, Dr. Tembe, I think I hear you, and I think even themselves, they can hear what you are saying. Can I get some comments before I note commissioners? Can I note honorable members in this matter, so that you can be able to make an informed resolution on what needs to be done? Can I get hands, honorable members?
Chair, unfortunately, I can't put my hand up here. I don't know what's wrong with my iPad, but I think there must be some form of a report rectification in line with what Mr. Tembe has said. Maybe if all the processes have been followed, then the report should follow the process according to how Mr. Tembe has outlined. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masiko. Another member? Boni and Masondo.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
Honorable Boni.
Chairperson. Thank you, Chairperson.
Masondo.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, my question is just based on this thing.
Chair,
When
thank
you
you.
say,
Thank you and good
when we are-
afternoon, including Dr. Tembe. I think, Chair, listening to the advice and input from Dr. Tembe, I think I'm more covered. Hello, Chair. Hello, Chair.
Hello,
Chairperson, it's Bonnie.
Hello, Bonnie.
No, I was not done yet, Chair, so I don't know what happened. You were calling another member.
No, you were frozen. We were not talking. Bonnie?
I was saying, listening to what Dr. challenges us this morning with the gadget. I don't know. Can you hear me, Chair? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you. Yeah.
Network. Hello, Chair.
I can hear you now.
Hello.
Yes,
I think
Bonnie.
it's network where I am, Chair. No, okay. I was saying, and I think I'm more covered, and I maybe to advise the commissioners that they consider what he has said, and maybe if the commissioners still need further engagements, I don't know whether it will be allowed for them to meet with Dr. Tembe to advise them further in terms of what needs to be done. But I think he has outlined what the processes that needs to be followed. And also I understand also whether they cannot request the office of the speaker to do certain things for them, whereas they have to deal with those as an internal process, as part of their internal processes. So I think I'm more covered with them, and maybe advise, let them meet with Dr. Tembe if it's possible for further clarity and advice on way forward. But I'm covered from my side, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Masondo. 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 Honorable Masondo. Babu Ngobo. Honorable Mpiti. Sheriff, Honorable Sheriff. Marcia, can you hear me? Because
Yes, I can hear
it's like I'm not even sure whether you honorable members, can you hear me?
Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
No, we can hear you, Chair. Chair, I think let's agree with Honorable Masiko, and let's just get the process underway.
Yeah. Yeah. Dr. Tembe, I think we are agreeing, honorable members and commissioners, that the manner in which we have crafted your report, the manner in which we have written your report, what you submitted, it's not what you are presenting. So go back in your plenary and put your things accordingly as you were presenting, and you attach all documents in terms of your internal processes that you have followed until where you got those I don't know, I must say, threatening letters from Commissioner Botha, but also you are dealing with this matter as commissioners. I'm not sure why are they filing, why is he filing a case against you as individuals? Because you're doing a CGE work. How do you divorce yourselves from CGE? Because this is a CGE work. Hey, buya. Yokwenza shop kwamtela. Yokwenza shop kwamtela. Woza.
Mute Chairperson.
Sorry for that. So I think that is the first process, Honorable Chair and commissioners, that you need to follow, so that, that your report must be clear on the steps that you took, and the communicate, whatever letters that you've written to Commissioner Botha, and he just ignored them and decided to do other things. They must be there, so that when you send your recommendations your request to the speaker, it can't be saying you need guidance. You've got your own legal team to guide you. With us, you need to put all those things, those records, and then you make your recommendations, and the speaker, of course, will then deal with the matter, and the speaker will refer the matter to the portfolio committee, of course, so that we are able to deal with it at the end of the day, and we go to the House. So I think that's what Dr. Tembe was trying to explain, that some other things, when they don't see them in your report, it becomes difficult for them to take an informed decision. But at least the way he was explaining, according to your handbook, and you understand what are the issues, where are the gaps in terms of these things, because he's not saying you didn't do anything. It's because of the manner in which we have drafted your letter, your report. So even if you go to court, it won't have a standing according to legal terms, the way they look at issues. So if maybe I can round it up like that, I'm sure it's clear now to yourselves. Can I get your chair? O'Hara.
Thank you, Chairperson. And thank you to Dr. Tembe. Chairperson, there isn't anything I can add because I think Chairperson outlined it very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think let's close it that way, né? That if you'll be able to do it as soon as possible, we'll be able also to finalize it in a proper way to cover every aspect, so that tomorrow you must not be found wanting and not knowing on you are saying what, you are doing what, all those questions that was posed to yourselves. It's things that you need to consider when you are writing your report. Okay, I think Chair. Chairperson?
To thank Dr. Tembe for looking at our report and providing advice. I think, Chair, I have observed just one thing that I want to raise with Dr. Tembe.
Okay.
In terms of the handbook that Dr. Tembe is using, I think we need to make sure that we are speaking from the same version of the handbook, Chair. I was listening to Dr. Tembe going through section 16 and also identifying gaps there, Chair. I think when you look at section 16.1C, Dr. Tembe read 3 areas that we may look at instead of 4. So I think with additional appended documents, we will append documents that Dr. Tembe can look at that have been approved by plenary. Also just quickly explaining what PPR&R is, Chair, very quickly for Dr. Tembe, that PPR&R refers to the policies, it refers to the procedures, the rules and regulations that the CGE has to use or follow in terms of, or let me just say, provide guidelines and principles for CGE to follow as an organization. And in this case, the Commissioner's Handbook was one of those PPR&R policies that apply to commissioners. So, but we will append and rewrite our report, Chair, just to demonstrate all the internal processes that we followed, Chair, and make a submission. And I think we would be happy to get the contact details so that we can share and be able to get his more advice on areas that are looking at other areas that are not in the report, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Yeah, if you can send to Nelly, Chairperson, the updated handbook.
Yes, Chair.
Yeah, if you can send to Nelly so that Dr. Tembe must have it. And we must also have it. Yeah, so that we must also have it. Yeah, but I think we can give you how many days? You need days or to go and package those things correctly. Time frame for that, because it's long overdue. Time frame for that? Honorable members, time frame for this?
I think a week or 2 will be fine.
PT?
Hi, Jay. I think, this is a long overdue issue that has been, ongoing. So I do think that, it's minor changes and considerations that need to be made. So I think a week should be enough.
Okay. Let's give them a week, honorable members, so that they can finalize this whole report and bring it back, and also submit exactly the same, what they are submitting to us. They must submit also to the speaker, so that when the legal team are dealing with this report, Dr. Tembe, we are dealing with it in an informed base on the updated handbook, and it's clear on the processes that they have followed.
Sorry,
Yeah.
Chair. Maybe I need to point out this because our office is in the speaker's office. So I cannot be, for instance, I've received the report of a CGE as sent to the speaker. Our office is supposed to advise the speaker on this correspondence. I cannot again be assisting CGE in terms of because ours is to advise the speaker. Then the speaker will respond to this package which has been sent to her. Then I cannot also be assisting CGE for their own internal processes. That is what I
assist. Tina assist bona.
Or advice. So what I need just those documents, because that is we need to draft to advise the speaker accordingly. Then the speaker will respond.
Yes, Tina. Bona mabalete a report correct. Ne? Eba package everything by submitted to the office of the speaker. I don't know whether they must withdraw the first one that they've submitted and bring the one that we are discussing now.
I'll press you, I'll advise so, Chair, because like in terms of internal processes, we've got turnaround time. Already the report was received yesterday and it has been assigned. So we've got that within so many days as part of turnaround strategy of Parliament, this advice should be going to the client. Already it has been allocated and somebody is working on the document as I'm speaking, and it's due next week. So
okay, so they need to withdraw that one and bring the new one.
Yes, if they want changes.
Yes.
Because otherwise somebody is working on the document that was received by the speaker. I think from my email, I saw that it was sent on the 4th by the chairperson at 9:43 p.m. But it was received by the speaker yesterday, and then it was distributed to our office. So somebody is already working on this document as I'm speaking, and it's due on the 9th. So it should be in the speaker's desk on the 9th. So already it's counting. But I think advisable they should withdraw so that we can work on something that is new and different.
Yeah, the chair, if you can withdraw the one that you have sent and then bring the new one that you are going to correct at your plenary, and then you put your things right and then resubmit this to Parliament.
Thank
Is
you,
that clear,
Chair?
Chair?
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's go to the second one.
One minute, Chair, whilst I'm opening the second report. Thank you, Chair. The second report, Chair, also attempts to provide another sequence of events following the non-attendance of Commissioner MXC to several portfolio committees. I think this was one of the Chair, am I audible?
Yes, yes, you're audible, Chair.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Yes. Yes, Chair, I was saying that this report also provides some information or sequence of events that followed non-attendance of Commissioner MXC to several portfolio committees, but also it will also table some of the direct individual submissions made by Commissioner Day to the portfolio committee, and at the end it will also clearly outline the interventions made by the Commission for Gender Equality in line with the handbook.
Sorry, Chair, I didn't get you. Sorry. Being cut. Chair. Chairperson.
Chair, sorry, I think she got cut off. She was using my phone to speak and my speaker to speak to the meeting, Chair. I will call her again.
Yeah, call her because I didn't hear anything.
Okay, Chair, I'll call her now.
Yeah, unless honorable members, they did hear the Chair. Honorable members, did you hear the Chairperson?
Yes, Chair. But she got cut off.
You didn't hear anything.
Can we let Ms. Nobatana know that I am on another phone now because my airtime was so I'm using another phone. I'm using the chairperson's phone.
Okay.
If I'm audible, I will continue.
All right.
Thanks, Chair. I will go straight into the sequence of events in the interest of time, Chair. Chair, you will remember, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, that during the period July to October 2020, Commissioner Deyi could not execute the duties and responsibilities as a commissioner and could not attend some of the meetings of the portfolio committee during that time, Chair, due to the bereavement due to the family bereavement. Let me just put it that way. I think at first, the first meeting between that time, Chair, there was no formal apology, but I think the following meeting, there was a formal apology that was or tendered by Commissioner that during the period, the Commissioner lost both parents within a period of a month or two. So I think I started with that in the sequence of events. Chair, I would move quickly straight to the next event. The commissioner as well voluntarily presented a report to the portfolio committee chair. I think this report was based on the request for information or request for a report that was detailing how commissioner experienced discrimination on the basis of the agenda. And this discrimination was alleged to have taken place during a meeting of the Salga Women's Caucus in the province. And in that meeting, there was House of Traditional Leaders. And there were some discriminatory comments that were passed. And so the commissioner voluntarily or volunteered that information, and there was a report, a detailed report that was requested. So the commissioner then wrote directly to the portfolio committee. And I think in the meeting, first, the commissioner did indicate that they were not willing to disclose the incidents, including the names of the people that were involved in that altercation chair. So that was the second episode. Again, Chair, the third one refers to how the commissioner compiled a detailed report that was basically providing information around this, and this report was then sent directly to the portfolio committee chair, and I have annexed that information as Annexure A. And I think in that report, Chair, just to be just to refer to a few things, I think it was also referring to how the commissioner or the committee must actually play its oversight and accountable role, and the letter needed clarity on the different roles of the commissioner versus the role of the portfolio committee. I think the letter is quite clear, Chair, in terms of requesting that clarity directly from the committee chair. Again, Chair, on the 11th of May, the portfolio committee raised concerns. I think it was in the portfolio committee meeting around the issues issues faced by certain villages in the Eastern Cape, where the commissioner was and is still deployed, and this was also raised in relation to whether the commissioner will then be able to assist in terms of making sure that those issues are tackled, Chair, against the backdrop that the commissioner raised issues of discrimination by traditional leaders. So the committee requested a report, again, that details why the commissioner is prevented from doing their jobs due to sexual orientation or race. Without providing much detail, the committee members will remember how this very detailed information was provided at the committee, and the CGE was tasked to look at the matter and make sure that Commissioner Day is held accountable of the utterances and the actions thereof. So what then emanated from this process, Chair, was that Commissioner Day made an attempt to respond directly and not via the commission on the 11th of May, stating how they would like to understand the basis of the investigation, its nature and the terms of the said investigation. So this is under Annexure B, Chair, and it provides detail there. Another incident, Chair, was on the 27th of May, where the Commission agreed that plenary should submit an institutional response to the matters raised above, and the Office of the Chair was going to make sure that this institutional response happens. But despite the resolution taken, Commissioner Day made an individual personal submission in response to the portfolio committee responses or requests. The next event, Chair, took place on the 8th of August 2021, where a letter was submitted by Commissioner Day to the portfolio committee detailing information regarding the Eastern Cape investigation and the issue of the timesheets. So the issues that required institutional response as a matter that was decided at plenary, and also looking at issues of violence against women, in particular in certain areas of the Eastern Cape, like Luteke, Bizana Ezimolweni, and Lady Frey and Wakiba and Assistek Sprite. There was another direct response, not an institutional response, but an individual response was provided by Commissioner to the portfolio committee chair. And I think all of these are pointing to the fact that institutionally, the commissioner was not going through the internal processes, but was preferring to respond directly to the portfolio committee chair. On the 25th of August, again, Chair, the Commissioner claimed to have represented or to be represented by the Center for Applied Legal Studies, and this center submitted a written letter directly to the Portfolio Committee Chair, and that letter was not submitted to the Commission, but it went straight to the Parliament Portfolio Committee Chair. And there were issues raised in this letter, Chair. And again, I think the Portfolio Committee has a copy of this letter. However, the Commission, upon trying to find out what the issues were in the letter, we, again, Chair, I think openly did indicate to the Portfolio Committee Chair that we would like to distance ourselves as the Commission from the CARS letter that was submitted. Not only the letter, but its content, as the letter was directly shared with the Portfolio Committee and not with CGE. So again, Chair, we denied on the basis that the letter was trying to portray that the CGE is represented by an individual, and we wished to make sure that we clarify that the Commission for Gender Equality is an independent institution and is not represented by CARS in this matter, Chair. The third issue that we raised was that we made a recommendation that there should also be an internal inquiry about the CARS letter that was submitted in line with the guidelines internally to deal with this matter, that the letter was submitted directly to the Portfolio Committee by CARS. The other issue, Chair, was what transpired this year, and these were issues that took place between the period 2020 and 2021. But in 2022, Chair, the Portfolio Committee stated that the Chair should present a report to plenary for approval, which the report was drafted, Chair, in consultation with Commissioner Day on the work that Commissioner was doing over time. And I think this was some kind of an assessment report that was required just to make sure that Commissioner Day's work was accounted for at the Portfolio Committee in accordance with the Commissioner's Handbook and the Act. And again, Chair, I must say that we are bringing back this report, Chair, that actually gives account of what transpired between the periods where Commissioner was either unable to attend the report, the portfolio committee meetings, and or the Commissioner was unable to discharge their duties in line with Commissioner's Handbook as well as the CG Act. One last issue that I want to stress in this report, Chair, is what transpired this year on the 2nd of March. The information was sent to all commissioners to say that they should attend meetings and plenaries. Again, I think we received an information, Chair, that was also pointing to the fact that the information that the plenaries should initiate a process that intends to utilize that report in a manner that will be passing a resolution and adopt. And Chair, I want to stress that Commissioner Day responded to this as that they are subjected to bullying and intimidation from the committee, but also internally as well. And I think verbatim, if I have to read, was that they said that I've been subjected to bullying and intimidation by the committee, a matter I'm taking up through legal processes, and have issued a complaint directly to the presidency for their actions. Should this fail, my intention to have this matter discussed before a court of law. As all know, I have a complaint against the committee currently, and it is in the process, and my intention should no action not be done in the following month. It is to take the matter to court. So I think that those are the issues, Chair. In terms of the interventions that we have done as the Commission, Chair, I think we have really written several letters and emails asking the Commission or the Commissioner to explain the reasons for not being in a meeting, especially the portfolio committee meetings, Chair. And one of these appendix information was when the Commissioner gave us a long-standing apology to the committee between the period October to December 2020, and there was a response to that effect, Chair, as the chairperson of the commission, following the handbook, asked the commission to account. So there is a document that has been appended, and that document is responding to that. Again, Chair, another intervention relates to what transpired in May. The deputy chair, who was the acting chairperson at that time, needed to call a special plenary to discuss the matters. And again, I think this was also met with some kind of resistance, Chair, in terms of saying that there cannot be matters that are addressed at plenary and why the plenary is being called. And I think we have tabled this very clearly in the report, Chair, to say that even this was disputed. And in many instances, the disputes would come, but also they will also be threatened with some kind of litigation when we are trying to take steps forward. But I also want to say that there was no investigation that was done in terms of the said investigation, and I want to draw the attention of the committee to Annex B to this step that we followed. Chair, I also just want to draw your attention to the attendance to portfolio committee meetings. There is a table there that clearly shows in which meetings where the commission was either absent or tendered an apology, and the reasons verbatim to that effect. And in conclusion, Chair, I just wanted to say that we are again guided by the policy guidelines, the Commissioner's Handbook,
that through the chairperson, the deputy chairperson, and commissioners, we have on several occasions communicated and tried to resolve issues internally, and also resolve and respond to the portfolio committee as an institution rather than as an individual. But however, we have not been able to do that, Chair, as you would see and know that we have had threats, qualifications made, including direct and indirect submissions of letters by Commissioner Day to the Portfolio Committee. So the Commission therefore recommends that the Portfolio Committee must deal with this matter because it's now completely out of our hands, Chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Any clarity seeking questions from members before I call Dr. Tembe?
At the moment, no.
Okay, Dr. Tembe, what I didn't hear, Chair, I'm not sure whether.
Can you bring more closer to the speaker? I can hardly hear.
Neliswa, why am I valid in my cap?
It's not mine, Chair.
Oh. I didn't hear you talking about in terms of your handbook, the conduct of the commissioner in terms of your handbook, unless I've missed something, Chair.
Yes, Chairperson, this report that I've just tabled is around the commissioner's conduct.
Chair? Chairperson?
Yes, Chair, I'm listening, Chair.
I was saying I don't know whether maybe you did mention any misconduct in terms of your handbook, because that one of reporting directly to the president, I don't know. I didn't hear you talking about any ill discipline in terms of your handbook. Or maybe I missed something.
Okay. Chairperson, can I respond?
Yes, yes, Chair.
Chair, maybe, Chair. Chair, just apologies. Can I just maybe ask a question so that it's responded to all at once?
Okay.
Thank you very much, Chair. Chair, just two, I think it's just two things. I wanted to just find out from the commission itself, based on the reports that they've tabled and the interventions that have been mentioned by the chairperson of CGE, can the commission indicate whether they have exhausted all necessary interventions based on the handbook and based on any other issues that may or legislation or rule book that may be applicable in this particular instance, in this situation? Have they exhausted those particular issues? I think this is fundamentally important from a procedural point of view, that we do have that understanding and that green light, at least from the commission, that they have indeed exhausted every mechanism in order to continue with this particular issue. That's the first one. And then the last one is also, Chair, related to what you have asked about in terms of the handbook. Obviously, as a committee, we had mentioned the fact that or at least the commission had told the portfolio committee that the handbook was going to be completed quite soon. And I think it's important to be able to speak to how that handbook and it not being completed, I suppose, could have led to some form of impediment for people to do the jobs that they've been appointed to do. So just some clarity on those particular 2 points. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Chairperson.
Thank you, Chair. I will start with the first question, Chair, and then I will allow commissioners to also respond to other questions, Chair. In terms of the handbook, Chair, and whether we have looked at handling the matter in terms of the handbook. Chair, the Annex B of the handbook on code of conduct, because the report is around a commissioner's conduct. The preamble of the handbook, Chair, says that, and this is based on the matters that have been raised in this report of commissioners. It says that, Chair, commissioners must be accountable to the National Assembly and report regularly to Parliament. So in terms of the non-attendance, unaccountability, the preamble is able to guide us, Chair, to say that we are all appointed as commissioners to be accountable to the National Assembly and to report to Parliament regularly. I think that's the first issue that I need to raise with the handbook in terms of the conduct. The second area of conduct, Chair, that was raised in the meeting is non-attendance to meetings. And Code of Conduct, Section 4, talks about attendance at meetings. And I would go through this very quickly, Chair. It says that a commissioner or commissioners must be a member of a Section 6 committees and all of that. But I want to say that, Chair, it says that under 4.2, all commissioners must attend meetings called by the chairperson, and this is also applicable to meetings called by the portfolio committee, and they must participate in these meetings for an item or in terms of the powers and obligations set out in the CGE Act. And it also further says, Chair, under 4.3, where any 3 or more consecutive meetings are not attended by any commissioner, then the chairperson may take appropriate action in the circumstances, which may include 1, withdrawal of the commissioner's membership or attendance from any committee or Section 6 of the committee. But I think in terms of this, Chair, it's clear, and there are sanctions that follow that, Chair. So I think what we have done internally was to engage the commissioner in question in terms of non-attendance to meetings. And what we have been getting, Chair, is apologies in meetings of the CGE, but also apologies sent to meetings of the portfolio committee.
Yeah, you're done, Chair.
Let me pause here, Chair, and I would allow commissioners to come in as well on other issues raised. But Chair, before I disappear, I just want to say that with regards to the handbook, I think the question that Honorable Mpiti raised, the handbook that we are currently using is an official document that was signed in 2012 by the former chairperson. That's the handbook that we are currently using. It was signed on the 12th of February, 2013, not 2012, 12th of February, 2013. That is the document that is guiding us in terms of, making decisions and taking processes forward. So that document, Chair, that we are currently using, whilst we have embarked on a process of reviewing the Commissioner's Handbook. So the Commissioner's Handbook under review is not used. That is why even previously when Dr. Dr. Tembe was on the floor, I even indicated that perhaps we need to look at the document that Dr. Tembe is using, because we are using the current handbook that was signed on the 12th of February 2020. The one that the current document that was under review, and that document to be finalized soon. I must say that that document has been taken for external review after we finalized reviewing it internally, and we have received the external comments from the external service provider on the document. And we are currently looking at that document, and it will go to plenary for approval. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Can I get other commissioners? Klobatla? Sidiko, because you are also sitting in the Human Resource Committee.
Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. Yeah, you really caught me off guard. But let me explain this situation like this. We do have a Human Resource Committee at CGE. And then whatever policies, for an example, that we pass there, their focus is mostly on the workforce, the employee, those that are covered by the Labor Relations Act. Then secondly, when it comes to issues of the commissioners, the decision that are being articulated on in the Human Resource Committee, though as commissioners we sit, it's 3 of us and the chairperson is an ex-officio. We focus mostly on the empowerment, the development and the protection of the rights of the workers within the Commission for Gender Equality. So the committee now, as it stands, it doesn't have the authority to take decisions that relates to the commissioner. Because if we remember, a commissioner is recommended for appointment by Parliament under the advice of the Portfolio Committee, the one that is sitting currently now. Then is the president that appoints a commissioner. So, and we are also guided by the CG Act number 39 of 1996, and also information that is contained in the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, especially Chapter 9 of the Constitution. So that committee on its own, it's an internal process within ECGE as an independent Chapter 9 institution. We don't have the powers to discuss or take decisions that pertain to a commissioner, because basically a commissioner like Commissioner Day and Commissioner Botha, they are principals within ECGE, and that is an administrative committee that adjudicates and take decisions that are secretariat related and administrative related. So that on its own creates a challenge. So that committee cannot take a decision. A committee that was supposed to take a decision, for an example, would say, not a committee, my humble apologies. The process after everything was happening, I would say maybe the office of the chair was supposed to sit down as a collective, engage and educate on the matter. Then the matter maybe is brought to plenary, where as a collective and as commissioners within CGE, being guided by our handbook, then we allow the handbook to guide us as articulated by the chairperson. Basically, ngihamba emagameni ka-chairperson to say the handbook was the guiding document that was supposed to help us to lead in this process. It's not only maybe the office of the chair that was supposed to sit down and guide plenary, but the chairperson also, as the head of the institution, was supposed to initiate that engagement with the deputy chairperson to say, we have this pending situation, which is of major importance. How do we, as a collective of the office of the chair, plan ahead in resolving this matter before it escalates? So I would say I stand to be corrected and apologizing in advance for what I'm about to say. We might, or one might have missed an opportunity in this regard, but it starts with the head of the institution involving the deputy chair as a collective, then it cascades down. There was no way where as commissioners individually, we can initiate and push certain processes. We don't have that power, we don't have that authority. Thank you, Chairperson, for the opportunity to respond.
Commissioner Global, in terms of the conduct of commissioners, after even one of your commissioners was writing things out there using the institution letterheads, hiring other companies, legal companies, using the name of the institution, was it not a cause for concern for you as commissioners?
Yes, Chairperson.
Because in CGE, any one of you has got the right to misuse or abuse his office, his or her office, to do other things on behalf of the institution.
Is it time for me to respond, Chairperson?
Yes, please.
No, Chairperson, we were not silent on the matter as a collective of commissioners in the CGE. The reason why we find ourselves now at this platform discussing the DAE matter, Commissioner DAE matter, and also discussing the Commissioner Botha matter, it's because a collective of commissioners within CGE were not silent on the matter. Because when we operate in every decision, even if it's an internal decision, we don't forget issues of integrity as commissioners. And also we don't forget that we need to be impartial. And we also don't forget as commissioners that it doesn't matter what is happening, we are always accountable to the law and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa. We are having this engagement because we were vocal about the matter. We were open about the matter. We initiated discussions of the matter. We made sure as commissioners that we don't just leave things lying around because we are committed to our responsibility. If we didn't have those discussions and we didn't have that proactive behavior, we didn't have that commitment to the citizens of the Republic of South Africa, we wouldn't even have started the discussions about the DAE matter or about the Botha matter. We were instrumental in making sure that we discuss it and we take some decisions at plenary level. We work as a collective even to make sure that it reaches the portfolio committee, allowing this process to take place as it is taking place now. Thank you, Chair.
Ma'am Masonto, Commissioner Mazibuko, why did CGE did not investigate the issues of the Eastern Cape by Commissioner Day? The claiming of funds, taking public money without working. Why the portfolio committee took a decision that you must go and investigate as CGE and come back and give us a report. Why didn't you investigate and where is our report? Commissioner Mazibuko? Commissioner Mazibuko.
The report. My person.
Yes, Commissioner Mazibuko.
Hello.
Hello, I'm hearing you.
Person, can you hear me? Yes, Chair, I mean, a report, not where Commissioner Day could not work in the Eastern Cape. We've got those reports, but in being the host, do
we are being disadvantaged to hear you from the beginning.
The portfolio. Chair?
We can't even hear you.
Can you hear me, Chair?
Now I can hear you, Mara. You must start from the start.
Okay, Chair. I'm saying, thank you very much for the opportunity, Chair. Us as a collective, as commissioners, we did our investigation. For instance, we had our office in the Eastern Cape investigating about the treatment that Commissioner Day got from the traditional leaders. And then it was very difficult and surprising because we would sit down and the chair went an extra mile to even indulge Commissioner Day individual. But whilst we have all the report that the chair is given, she would go ahead individually, go to write about the portfolio committee, write to the speaker personally. That is why that we find ourselves now in this situation where we find we have not reported or packaged our reports correctly. Not that we didn't do anything, Chairperson and honorable members. This is a very situation that we find ourselves, but let me say in one word, we have been working together as a team of commissioners in attending to both matters that we are faced with today. Thank you, Chair.
There are two issues here. There's an issue of you as CGE going to investigate the allegations of ill treatment by and discrimination because of sexual orientation by traditional leaders. You know, the treatment that Commissioner Day expressed in the meeting that she's being treated by traditional leaders and so on. And thereafter, when we took a resolution as the portfolio committee that CGE must go and investigate. Remember, as honorable members, we do oversight. We did our own oversight also to check with the traditional leaders on whether those allegations are founded or not. But we were expecting a report from yourselves as CGE to be tabled in the portfolio committee, but that report has never come forward. That's number one. The second one, Ma'am O'Hara needs to respond to that one. It was about the claims that were made by Day, but at that time, Day was not working. Hence, that story of all the things that was said by her in the meeting. How then, as CGE, pay someone who did not work and you don't even recoup that money back? I think those are two reports that you are expecting from me. If we don't have those reports today, we need those reports. They are long overdue. Ma'am O'Hara, we need those reports as the portfolio committee. And on what is it that you have done with regards to that one? And then also you need the third report that you need to hear from you is what is it that you have done in terms of a code of conduct against one of your colleagues who have misused or abused the institution's name regarding all the other things that you distance yourselves from. Because you did distance yourselves to the portfolio committee regarding the articles that were there in the public domain, saying all those things on behalf of the institution. At least that one, we do have a letter of you distancing yourselves. But what consequence management have you taken? Because you see, in terms of accountability, we are not hunting people here. I don't know whether when we ask you reports, we are bullying you. We are doing our own responsibilities as the portfolio committee. We have a responsibility to account to the public, to the Republic of South Africa, on behalf of Parliament, on the work that we are doing on behalf of Parliament. It is also our responsibility to assess on how do you use the funds that are allocated to your institutions, as people, as Parliament is the one that approves and budgets for departments, entities, and Chapter 9 institutions. So it's one of our responsibilities. So if there's money that is paid to someone who did not even submit any letter from the doctor for 3 months or 4 months, 3 or 4 months, you are the one who can tell us how many months. But that person was consistently receiving the salary. For us, you know, if we were to use the Labor Relations Act, how do you pay a person who has absconded? Can I get Ma'am O'Hara to respond to that? Since you are the chair of Finance Committee. Ma'am O'Hara, Commissioner O'Hara.
Chairperson.
Yes, ma.
Angizwanga.
No, ngizwanga.
Angizwanga because bengendlini encane.
Oh, okay. Can I get the answer from the
Chairperson, can comment general because ke tla go bolella Chairperson concerns right now where I am sitting and listening to this whole entire Commissioner Day. Because where I'm sitting, it's sounding to me like a hearing in her absence. And it can have other consequences. And just thinking also, because we saw we are deep into the different issues, almost like how Nali hearing you are charged on this, on that, and I think it can compromise everything. Mina, where I'm sitting, and also drawing from what I know, is that maybe rather than the questions that you are asking us and us talking about another commissioner, rather send the chairperson back to the drawing board to say, use your internal mechanisms and deal with these matters. So that, because I don't recall Honali but anyway, a complaint.
You don't recall you dealing with it internally? Ne?
No, we have not dealt with it internally as a misconduct issue, which is what the problem is. And the chairperson may indicate what they have discussed. But where I'm sitting and how I know it, I don't recall only a case of misconduct. Whereas with border, it was very clear what had happened. And we were singing from the same hymn.
Okay, let me get our legal person.
So I'm uncomfortable because we are talking about a commissioner, and there are issues of all sorts of issues. So I'd rather
let's hear Dr. Tembe.
Yes.
Let's get advice from our legal person.
Chair, quickly, if I can just make a note, Chairperson.
Yes, Honorable Sharif.
Chair, I absolutely understand where Commissioner O'Hara is coming from, but with all due respect, the said commissioner was invited to this meeting. The said commissioner has been invited to many of our meetings, and they haven't attended. So does that mean that, it puts us in a difficult situation because we have to deal with the case? And even though we have invited the commissioner to the meeting so that they can give their perspective and give their side of the story, they don't do that. So I understand where Commissioner O'Hara is coming from, but from the point of the committee, the said commissioner was invited, and they chose not to come. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sharif.
Chair,
Dr.
yeah.
Honorable Mpiti. Honorable Mpiti.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you very much. I just want to support what Honorable Sharif has said because it's a fundamental point. And it goes back really to the point that I was mentioning a bit earlier about the interventions that are available to the chairperson as well as the deputy chairperson and the commission broadly in terms of dealing with issues that are related with misconduct. Because I think what has become very clear in this meeting is that there's been repetitive offenses of non-attendance to committee meetings, some points without apology, and consecutively at that. But second to that is that there's also now, I think, an issue that's quite for me in my eyes very concerning, that relates to the financial aspect of the CGE and how it conducts its work. And I say this because it seems to me that there seems to be monies that were claimed by said commissioner to do work that was not actually done, which in turn leaves us as the committee, because one thing that we must remember is that once something becomes known to the committee, it cannot be unknown. And I think that then warrants some form of action to understand the facts and to be able to give a fair and impartial and independent body to really conduct a thorough investigation on these particular issues. And my assumption, Chair, is that the report to the Speaker is essentially that request to say that these are the issues that have been picked up. They require further investigation, and therefore independent stakeholders must be appointed to be able to go into the details and into the facts, so that a thorough investigation that is impartial and objective is conducted. But I think it is not fair to simply just say that the commission has not been able. Sorry, just to come back to what Commissioner O'Hara said, it's not fair to simply say that the commission itself has not done a thorough investigation, because we do have a report that is before us. It does mention quite concerning and substantive issues that I think, in this particular portfolio committee, it is for us to really weigh in those facts and allow the process that has already begun through the Speaker to take place, so that it is an objective view. I don't think now is the time for us to go back, but it's a time for us to go forward and ensure that the South Africans that are really relying on members of parliament of this particular portfolio committee do the due diligence of oversight, and where possible, if there's more required, that we do ensure that the process is fair and procedural. So I really would like to just maybe make this point to say that, can we maybe stick with a conversation around the procedure and the procedural component of this particular issue, so that we do not cloud our conversations? Because if we cloud our conversations with the personality aspect and all of that, we will really be missing what we should be doing, which is to follow the procedure. And that's why I had asked originally, has the CGE satisfied itself through its own processes, through its own handbook for commissioners, and through any other means that it has to enforce, the code of conduct? Are they satisfied that those particular interventions have been done? And if they are, they have brought now this particular issue to us, noting that they are satisfied with their processes and are comfortable to then hand over this issue for investigation, so that the facts can be laid bare on the table and the South African people can have the answers that they require, because CGE is a fundamentally important institution. And I think we cannot really, at this point in time, go back to further work when we do have a report that obviously has addendums that need to be added to it, but can be finalized within the week, so that this process can be moved forward and we can really have the full capacity of CGE on the ground, assisting women in this country who continue to face discrimination and inequality. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mpiti. Ma'am O'Hara?
Sorry, I'm not able to raise my hand. Chairperson, I don't want to be misunderstood. I don't want to be misunderstood. I was commenting on the issue of procedure, because
from your side, procedure from your side, not from our side.
Yes. Because I'm also thinking of drawing from what was said earlier about procedures and all of those things. The question here, absence, obviously is problematic. It affects capacity, it affects all sorts of things, etc., etc. All I was saying is on a matter, fairness, and I was saying, is that it feels to me like a hearing, you see, and it's all about procedure. Yes, I know commissioner was invited and has been invited, etc., etc. But I am saying, in accordance with our handbook, we must follow and do things procedurally, so that the outcome is not compromised. That is all I'm saying. Thank you, Chairperson. Of course, the issue, I mean, when you go into individual matters like what happened in the, there are reports of that, and payments that have been made, there are reports, there are records of what has been paid, what, how many hours and all of that. That kind of information is there, it's available. I was more on the issue, procedure and the importance.
From your side.
Must
Okay.
not.
No, it's
Yes,
fine.
yes.
Yeah, from your side, that you need not to compromise yourselves, so that you properly account from your side. But you see, from our side, we have a responsibility to play oversight. And honorable members are 100% correct. Hence, I was reminding you as commissioners that these were the issues that were discussed in meetings, which we are expecting reports from your side. The chair, what the chair has presented before us today is 100% correct. That if we are told that someone, one of you is not accounting to us as the portfolio committee is accounting to the president, and you expect us to deal with that, how? Maybe let me call in Dr. Tembe, if you can clarify us on how commissioners, where do commissioners account? Because it's Parliament who do the advertisement, who makes recommendations to Parliament, and the House adopts and recommends to the President for the appointment of commissioners. Can you take us through, Dr. Tembe?
Thanks, Chair.
So that there's clarity here and no confusion.
Thanks, Chair, for the opportunity. My answer lies in the legislation and the Constitution. So I'll answer this starting from section 55 2B of the Constitution, which says the National Assembly must provide for mechanism to maintain oversight of any organ of state. It's a section 55 2B2 of the Constitution. Furthermore, in section 181.3 of the Constitution, it stipulates that other organs, it's 181.3 of the Constitution, other organs of state through legislative and other measures must assist and protect this institution to ensure the independence, impartiality, dignity, and effectiveness of this institution. Then beyond that, we go to the CGE Act. The CGE Act in section 15 and 2 and 3, it says, the Commission shall report to the President at least once every year on its activities and the achievement of its objectives, and the President shall cause such report to be tabled promptly in Parliament, provided that the Commission may at any time submit any other report to the President and Parliament. Section 16 says, the Commission may at any time approach the President or Parliament with regard to any matter relating to the exercise of its powers and the performance of its functions. Then we go to the Commissioner's Handbook. I think starting from the 5.3.7, Commissioner's Roles and Responsibilities, although I'm tempted to use the document that I have, which was signed in 2012, although the chairperson of the commission said there is a new document which was signed in 2020. So but be the case as it may, let me read what I have. Section 5.3.7 J, actually not J, but I, which says the commission has a reflective role with collective authority and decision making as a commission, but commissioners must carry individual responsibility for delivering on assigned work areas. J says the commission should evaluate plenary proceedings, the functioning and efficacy of each committee and individual commissioners' performance. This should be done on a biannual basis. Clearly, so from the strategic plan, I think it was strategic outcome 3 or 4. I think they were saying something about dealing with the effectiveness of plenary. But let's go beyond that. Let's go to the Code of Conduct for Commissioners, the preamble. I think the chairperson has referred to it, but I need to reiterate this, that it says commissioners are appointed to ensure that the CGE has a structured mechanism of accountability to the Constitution in order to meet the gender equality needs of the South African public. In fulfilling this responsibility, equitability effectively and in a sustainable manner within the means of legislative framework of the CGE, commissioners must be accountable to the National Assembly and report regularly to Parliament, having the requisite skills and commitment to promote, protect, and develop and attain gender equality and provide leadership, as well as policy direction to the CG in collaboration with its secretariat. That is the basis of this conversation or this debate. But in order to explain this further, the Commissioner's Handbook gives powers to the chairperson, because we need to tread in this matter careful, because there's a thin line for distinction between functional independence and institutional independence, so that the portfolio committee should not be seen to be interfering in the functional independence of the committee or of the commission, but it's seen to be exercising oversight. In Section 15 of the Commissioner's Handbook, there is a duty of the chairperson. It says 15.1, if the chairperson is of the opinion that a provision of this code has been breached, then the chairperson must A, authorize an investigation of the facts and circumstances of the alleged breach. B, provide the commissioner a reasonable opportunity to reply in writing in respect of the alleged breach. C, advise plenary on what steps were taken and the outcome of any such investigation. So in this particular case, from what I've heard, I haven't read the report. Clearly, these steps which are outlined in Section 15 were not undertaken by the Commission. But this is not an indictment on the Commission, but it's some reflection that they need to take, whether if they've utilized the resources that they have in order to deal with this matter, than passing or shirking the responsibility to Parliament to act on matters which is within their radar or within their scope. I presume this actually covers the situation, Honorable Chair.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tembe. Thank you. We have empowered everyone in this platform because, you know, we were seen as if we were interfering when we're holding our commissioners to account to Parliament. So I wanted this to be clear to all of us as honorable members and also to our commissioners that accountability, it's a must. It's not a choice. So can I get hands from honorable members? Honorable Masiko.
Honorable Chair, I don't have any questions. I'm really covered by the legal opinion. Thank you, Chair.
Babu Ngobo.
Oh, I'm covered, Chairperson. Thanks.
Honorable Poni.
Thank you, Chair. I'm also covered from Dr. Teme. I think it assists us.
Thank you very much. Honorable Sheriff. Dr. Tembe, what advice can you give to the committee regarding this matter?
Thanks, Chair. I'll suggest my proposition is that let CGE deal with the matter in terms of its internal resources, then perhaps in the end they should give a report to Parliament because Parliament is exercising over that institution. Hence, this committee is seized with the matter so that then there can be a decision based on that report, which has covered the legal and procedural aspect of the matter, so that then the committee can make a decision of its own, informed by the report, which has utilized the resources for redress internally. That is my suggestion, Chair. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Any other member who wants to contribute on this one? I think that's how we are going to close this matter, that we are taking back this matter to CGE to conclude it, to deal with it and finalize it and give us a comprehensive report, including all the other things that I have reminded you. We have reminded you as the portfolio committee, things that you have raised and things that are in your report, but do your diligence first, do what is required to be done by yourselves as per legislation and your handbook, and thereafter you come back to the portfolio committee and present a report, so that as the portfolio committee we can take the process forward. We can only give you 4 weeks so that you are able to deal with this matter once and for all, and it's long overdue. Thank you very much, honorable members. And Chairperson, do you want to make a comment? Deputy Chair? Yeah.
I must unmute from my side, or are you unmuting me from your side?
Yeah, you're audible now. Yeah,
Oh,
audible.
okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
Chair, Honorable Chair, honorable members, thank you. We just want to appreciate you accepting the reports that we have submitted and held quite a substantive discussion on these reports. We also want, on behalf of CGE, we would like to thank Dr. Tembe for the advices given. I think from our side, one, we have drafted a withdrawal letter, and we're sending it as soon as possible now today. And we will be submitting an additional report that has been updated accordingly. That is on the matter of alleged breach by breach of conduct by Commissioner Boda, and on the matter of Commissioner Day, Chair, we will we commit to deal with the matter internally and provide necessary reports in a month's time. Thank you very much, Chair, and thanks for your opportunity. And I would like to thank my colleagues as well for the inputs. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm sure at least today we have dealt with all these two reports in detail, and there's a way forward, and we'll be expecting you as CGE to come back to the Parliament and present the two reports. They are long overdue, and so that we are able to take your institution forward, and you also as commissioners, you are able to take your institution forward, so that there is effectiveness and efficiency, and the smooth running of your organization, and there's no longer issues that are put aside and not dealt with by yourselves. At least you have taken full responsibility. And thank you very much for presenting both reports to Parliament, to the Portfolio Committee, and we will be able to write a report on what was presented by your organization today. And the timeframes, I think we have given you. With the one of Botha, we said we give you 1 week, and with the one of Commissioner Day, we are giving you 4 weeks, so that you can be able to conclude your report based on the workload, on the things that you are supposed to be doing from today up until Tuesday. And then you come back to the Portfolio Committee and make a final presentation, and we adopt your report. And then after you are able to deal with the other two reports as fast as you can. And thank you very much to Dr. Tembe for the legal advice that you have given us as the Portfolio Committee. And thank you very much, honorable members, for your participation and your inputs in these two reports. At least they've been hanging for a very long time, which is not healthy for an organization of a big organization like ECGE, which is supposed to be dealing with critical matters of the country. But these two matters have been hanging for such a long time. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And I think the other matter that I want you, we want you, Chairperson and Deputy Chair and Commissioners, that you have to deal with, is the issue of the litigations done by Commissioner Botha to yourselves as individuals whilst you are exercising your duties as commissioners, but at the end of the day, you are being litigated as individuals. So that's another matter that you need to finalize, discuss at length, and to take a decision in plenary, so that commissioners are able to do their work without any fear, no favor, and the institution, there is no disturbance, and you are expected by the country, by the citizens of the country of South Africa, that you do what you were appointed for. But thank you very much, honorable members. I think we have come to the end of our meeting. See you next week. Neliswa, you must tell me the correct date. Is it Tuesday evening or Thursday, Wednesday morning?
Wednesday morning, Chair. Sorry about that.
Wednesday morning. Okay, Wednesday
Yes,
morning, Chairperson, you'll be back in Parliament to present all the things that we have discussed and agreed upon. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of this meeting. Thank you very much. Have a good weekend. I see here in Cape Town is raining and it's cold. I'm not sure where you are, honorable members and commissioners, but enjoy your weekend. Thank you very much. The meeting is adjourned.
Thank you very much,
Thank
Chair.
you.